Section 27 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Physiognomy. Almost all the opinions we have are taken on authority and trust, and 'tis not amiss. We could not choose worse than by ourselves in so weak an age. That image of Socrates' discourses, which his friends have transmitted to us, we approve upon no other account than a reverence to public sanction. 'Tis not according to our own knowledge. They are not after our way. If any of the kind should spring up now, few men would value them. We discern no graces that are not pointed and puffed out and inflated by art. Such as glide on their own in their own purity and simplicity easily escape so gross a sight as ours. They have a delicate and concealed beauty, such as requires a clear and purified sight to discover its secret light. Is not simplicity, as we take it, cousin german to folly and a quality of reproach? Socrates makes his soul move a natural and common motion. A peasant said this, a woman said that. He has never anybody in his mouth but carters, joiners, cobblers, and masons. His are inductions and similitudes drawn from the most common and known actions of men. Everyone understands him. We should never have recognized the nobility and splendor of his admirable conceptions under so mean a form. We, who think all things low and flat that are not elevated by learned doctrine, and who discern no riches but in pomp and show. This world of ours is only formed for ostentation. Men are only puffed up with wind, and are bandied to and fro like tennis balls. He proposed to himself no vain and idle fancies. His design was to furnish us with precepts and things that are more really and fitly to serve to the use of life. Servare modum, finemque tenere, naturamque sequi. To keep a just mean, to observe a just limit, and to follow nature. Lucan 2:381. He was also always one and the same, and raised himself not by starts, but by complexion, to the highest pitch of vigor. Or, to say better, mounted not at all, but rather brought down, reduced, and subjected all asperities and difficulties to his original and natural condition. For in Cato 'tis most manifest that 'tis a procedure extended far beyond the common ways of men. In the brave exploits of his life, and in his death, we find him always mounted upon the great horse, whereas the other ever creeps upon the ground, and with a gentle and ordinary pace, treats of the most useful matters, and bears himself both at his death and in the rudest difficulties that could present themselves in the ordinary way of human life. It has fallen out well that the man most worthy to be known and to be presented to the world for example should be he of whom we have the most certain knowledge. He has been pried into by the most clear-sighted men that ever were. The testimonies we have of him are admirable, both in fidelity and fullness. 'Tis a great thing that he was able so to order the pure imaginations of a child, that, without altering or wresting them, he thereby produced the most beautiful effects of our soul. He presents it neither elevated nor rich. He only represents it sound, but assuredly with a brisk and full health. By these common and natural springs, by these ordinary and popular fancies, without being moved or put out, he set up not only the most regular, but the most high and vigorous beliefs, actions, and manners that ever were. 'Tis he who brought again from heaven, where she lost her time, human wisdom, to restore her to man, with whom her most just and greatest business lies. See him plead before his judges. Observe by what reasons he rouses his courage to the hazards of war, with what arguments he fortifies his patience against calumny, tyranny, death, and the perverseness of his wife. You will find nothing in all this borrowed from arts and sciences. The simplest may there discover their own means and strength. 'Tis not possible more to retire or to creep more low. He has done human nature a great kindness in showing it how much it can do of itself. We are all of us richer than we think we are, but we are taught to borrow and to beg, and brought up more to make use of what is another's than of our own. Man can in nothing fix himself to his actual necessity. Of pleasure, wealth, and power, he grasps at more than he can hold. His greediness is incapable of moderation. And I find that in curiosity of knowing he is the same. He cuts himself out more work than he can do, and more than he needs to do, extending the utility of knowledge to the full of its matter. Ut omnium rerum sic literarum quoque intemperantia laboramus. We carry intemperance into the study of literature, as well as everything else. Seneca, Epistles 106. And Tacitus had reason to commend the mother of Agricola for having restrained her son in his too violent appetite for learning. 'Tis a good, if duly considered, which has in it, as the other goods of men have, a great deal of vanity and weakness, proper and natural to itself, and that costs very dear. Its acquisition is far more hazardous than that of all other meat or drink, for, as to other things, what we have brought we carry home in some vessel, and there have full leisure to examine our purchase, how much we shall eat or drink of it, and when. But sciences we can, at the very first, stow into no other vessel than the soul. We swallow them in buying, and return from the market either already infected or amended. There are some that only burden and overcharge the stomach instead of nourishing, and moreover some that, under color of curing, poisonous. I have been pleased, in places where I have been, to see men in devotion vow ignorance as well as chastity, poverty, and penitence. 'Tis also a gilding of our unruly appetites, to blunt this cupidity that spurs us on to the study of books, and to deprive the soul of this voluptuous complacency that tickles us with the opinion of knowledge. And 'tis plainly to accomplish the vow of poverty, to add unto it that of the mind. We need little doctrine to live at our ease, and Socrates teaches us that this is in us, and the way how to find it, and the manner how to use it. All our sufficiency which exceeds the natural is well nigh superfluous and vain. 'Tis much if it does not rather burden and cumber us than do us good. Paucis opus est literis ad mentem bonum. Little learning is needed to form a sound mind. Seneca, Epistles 106. 'Tis a feverish excess of the mind, a tempestuous and unquiet instrument. Do but recollect yourself, and you will find in yourself natural arguments against death, true, and the fittest to serve you in time of necessity. 'Tis they that make a peasant, and whole nations die with as much firmness as a philosopher. Should I have died less cheerfully before I had read Cicero's Tusculan Questions? I believe not. And when I find myself at the best, I perceive that my tongue is enriched indeed, but my courage little or nothing elevated by them. That is just as nature framed it at first, and defends itself against the conflict only after a natural and ordinary way. Books have not so much served me for instruction as exercise. What if knowledge, trying to arm us with new defenses against natural inconveniences, has more imprinted in our fancies their weight and greatness than her reasons and subtleties to secure us from them? They are subtleties indeed, with which she often alarms us to little purpose. Do but observe how many slight and frivolous, and if nearly examined, incorporeal arguments the closest and wisest authors scatter about one good one. They are but verbal quirks and fallacies to amuse and gull us. But forasmuch as it may be with some profit, I will sift them no further. Many of that sort are here and there dispersed up and down this book, either borrowed or by imitation. Therefore, one ought to take a little heed not to call that force which is only a pretty knack of writing, and that solid which is only sharp, or that good which is only fine. Quae magis gustata quam potata delectant, which more delight in the tasting than in being drunk. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones 5:5. Everything that pleases does not nourish. Ubi non ingenii sed animi negotium agetur, where the question is not about the wit, but about the soul. Seneca, Epistolae 75. To see the trouble that Seneca gives himself to fortify himself against death, to see him so sweat and pant to harden and encourage himself, and bustle so long upon this perch, would have lessened his reputation with me had he not very bravely held himself at the last. His so ardent and frequent agitations discover that he was in himself impetuous and passionate. Magnus animus remissius locutor et securius, non est alias ingenio, alias animo color. A great courage speaks more calmly and more securely, not one complexion for the wit, and another for the soul. Seneca, Epistolae 1:14, 1:15. He must be convinced at his own expense, and he in some sort discovers that he was hard pressed by his enemy. Plutarch's way, by how much it is more disdainful and farther stretched, is, in my opinion, so much more manly and persuasive, and I am apt to believe that his soul had more assured and more regular motions, the one more sharp and pricks and makes us start, and more touches the soul, the other more constantly solid, forms, establishes, and supports us, and more touches the understanding. That ravishes the judgment, this wins it. I have likewise seen other writings, yet more reverenced than these, that in the representation of the conflict they maintain against the temptations of the flesh, paint them so sharp, so powerful and invincible, that we ourselves, who are of the common herd, are as much to wonder at the strangeness and unknown force of their temptation as at the resisting it. To what end do we so arm ourselves with this harness of science? Let us look down upon the poor people that we see scattered upon the face of the earth, prone and intent upon their business, that neither know Aristotle nor Cato, example nor precept. From these nature every day extracts of constancy and patience more pure and manly than those we so inquisitively study in the schools. How many do I ordinarily see who slight poverty? How many who desire to die, or who die without alarm or regret? He who is now digging in my garden has this morning buried his father or his son. The very names by which we call diseases sweeten and mollify the sharpness of them. The phthisic is with them no more than a cough, dysentery but a looseness, the pleurisy but a stitch, and as they gently name them, so they patiently endure them. They are very great and grievous indeed when they hinder their ordinary labor. They never keep their beds, but to die. Simplex illa et aperta virtus in obscurum et solertum scientiam versa est. That overt and simple virtue is converted into an obscure, subtle science. Seneca, Epistle 19. I was writing this about the time when a great load of our intestine troubles for several months lay with all its weight upon me. I had the enemy at my door on one side, and the freebooters, worse enemies, on the other. Known armies sed vitiis certatur. The fight is not with arms, but with vices. Seneca, Epistle 95. And underwent all sorts of military injuries at once. Hostis adest dextra laevaque aparte timendus, vicinoque malo terret optumque latus. Right and left, a formidable enemy is to be feared and threatens me on both sides with impending danger. Ovid, De Ponto, 1:3-57. A monstrous war. Other wars are bent against strangers, this against itself, destroying itself with its own poison. It is of so malignant and ruinous a nature that it ruins itself with the rest, and with its own rage mangles and tears itself to pieces. We more often see it dissolve of itself than through scarcity of any necessary thing or by force of an enemy. All discipline evades it. It comes to compose sedition, and is itself full of it, would chastise disobedience, and is itself the example, and, employed for the defense of the laws, rebels against its own. What a condition we are in! Our physic makes us sick. Notre mal s'empoisonne du secours qu'on lui donne. Exsuperat magis, agrescitque medendo. Our disease is poisoned with its very remedies. Aeneid 12:46. Omnia fonda nefanda malo permixta furore justificam nobis mentem avertere deorum. Right and wrong, all shuffled together in this wicked fury, have deprived us of the gods' protection. Catullus, De nuptiis Pelei et Thetidos, 5:405. In the beginning of these popular maladies, one may distinguish the sound from the sick. But when they come to continue, as ours have done, the whole body is then infected from head to foot. No part is free from corruption, for there is no air that men so greedily draw in that diffuses itself so soon, and that penetrates so deep, as that of license. Our armies only subsist and are kept together by the cement of foreigners. For of Frenchmen there is now no constant and regular army to be made. What a shame it is! There is no longer any discipline but what we see in the mercenary soldiers. As to ourselves, our conduct is at discretion, and not of the chief, but every one at his own. The general has a harder game to play within than he has without. He it is who has to follow, to court the soldiers, to give way to them. He alone has to obey. All the rest, if dissolution and free license. It pleases me to observe how much pusillanimity and cowardice there is in ambition, by how abject and servile ways it must arrive at its end. but it displeases me to see good and generous natures, and that are capable of justice, every day corrupted in the management and command of this confusion. Long toleration begets habit, habit consent and imitation. We had ill-formed souls enough without spoiling those that were generous and good, so that if we hold on, there will scarcely remain any with whom to entrust the health of this state of ours, in case fortune chance to restore it. Hunc salta me verso UNM succurrere cyclo ne prohibete. Forbid not, at least, that this young man repair this ruined age. Virgil, Georgics 1:500. Montaigne probably refers to Henry, King of Navarre, afterwards Henry IV. What has become of that old precept that soldiers ought more to fear their chief than the enemy? Valerius Maximus, Extensiones 2. And of that wonderful example that an orchard, being enclosed within the precincts of a camp of the Roman army, was seen at their dislodgment the next day in the same condition, not an apple, though ripe and delicious, being pulled off, but all left to the possessor. I could wish that our youth, instead of the time they spend in less fruitful travels and less honorable employments, would bestow 1/2 of that time in being an eyewitness of naval exploits under some good captain of Rhodes, and the other half in observing the discipline of the Turkish armies, for they have many differences and advantages over ours. One of these is that our soldiers become more licentious in expeditions, theirs more temperate and circumspect. For the thefts and insolencies committed upon the common people, which are only punished with a cudgel in peace, are capital in war. For an egg taken by a Turkish soldier without paying for it, 50 blows with a stick is the fixed rate. For anything else, of what sort or how trivial soever, not necessary to nourishment, they are presently impaled or beheaded without mercy. I am astonished in the history of Selim, the most cruel conqueror that ever was, to see that when he subdued Egypt, the beautiful gardens about Damascus being all open and in a conquered land, and his army encamped upon the very place, should be left untouched by the hands of the soldiers, by reason they had not received the signal of pillage. But is there any disease in a government that is worth while to physic to such a mortal drug, i.e. as civil war? No, said Favonius, not even the tyrannical usurpation of a commonwealth. Plato likewise will not consent that a man should violate the peace of his country in order to cure it, and by no means approves of a reformation that disturbs and hazards all, and that is to be purchased at the price of the citizens' blood and ruin, determining it to be the duty of a good patriot in such a case to let it alone, and only pray to God for his extraordinary assistance. And he seems to be angry with his great friend Dion for having proceeded somewhat after another manner. I was a Platonist in this point before I knew there had ever been such a man as Plato in the world. And if this person ought absolutely to be rejected from our society, he who by the sincerity of his conscience merited from the divine favor to penetrate so far into the Christian light, through the universal darkness wherein the world was involved in his time, I do not think it becomes us to suffer ourselves to be instructed by a heathen how great an impiety it is not to expect from God any relief simply his own and without our cooperation. I often doubt whether amongst so many men as meddle in such affairs There is not to be found someone of so weak understanding as to have been really persuaded that he went towards reformation by the worst of deformations, and advanced towards salvation by the most express causes that we have of most assured damnation, and that by overthrowing government, the magistracy, and the laws in whose protection God has placed him, by dismembering his good mother and giving her limbs to be mangled by her old enemies, filling fraternal hearts with parricidal hatreds, calling devils and furies to his aid, he can assist the most holy sweetness and justice of the divine law. Ambition, avarice, cruelty, and revenge have not sufficient natural impetuosity of their own. Let us bait them with the glorious titles of justice and devotion. There cannot be a worse state of things imagined than where wickedness comes to be legitimate, and assumes, with the magistrate's permission, the cloak of virtue. Nil in speciem fallacius quam prava religio, ubi deorum numen praetenditur sceleribus. Nothing has a more deceiving face than false religion, where the divinity of the gods is obscured by crimes. Livy 29:16. The extremest sort of injustice, according to Plato, is where that which is unjust should be reputed for just. The common people then suffered very much, and not present damage only. Undique totis usquadio turbatur agoris. Such great disorders overtake our fields on every side. Virgil Eclogues 1:2. But future too. The living were to suffer, and so were they who were yet unborn. They stripped them, and consequently myself, even of hope, taking from them all they had laid up in store to live on for many years. Quae nequiunt se cumfere aut abducere perdunt, et cremat insontes turbas scelesta casas, muris nolla fides, squalent populatibus agri. What they cannot bear away, they spoil, and the wicked mob burn harmless houses. Walls cannot secure their masters, and the fields are squalid with devastation. Ovid, Tristia 3:10-35, Claudianus in Eutropius 1:244. Besides this shock, I suffered others. I underwent the inconveniences that moderation brings along with it in such a disease. I was robbed on all hands. To the Ghibelline I was a Guelph, and to the Guelph a Ghibelline. One of my poets expresses this very well, but I know not where it is. The situation of my house and my friendliness with my neighbors presented me with one face, my life and my actions with another. They did not lay formal accusations to my charge, for they had no foundation for so doing. I never hid my head from the laws, and whoever would have questioned me would have done himself a greater prejudice than me. They were only mute suspicions that were whispered about, which never want appearance in so confused a mixture, no more than envious or idle heads. I commonly myself lend a hand to injurious presumptions that fortune scatters abroad against me, by a way I have ever had of evading to justify, excuse, or explain myself, conceiving that it were to compromise my conscience to plead in its behalf. Perspicuitas enim argumentatione elevator, for perspicuity is lessened by argument. The clearness of a cause is clouded by argumentation. Cicero De Natura Deorum 3:4. And, as if everyone saw as clearly into me as I do myself, instead of retiring from an accusation, I step up to meet it, and rather give it some kind of color by an ironical and scoffing confession, if I do not sit totally mute, as of a thing not worthy my answer. But such as look upon this kind of behavior of mine as too haughty a confidence have as little kindness for me as they who interpret the weakness of an indefensible cause, namely, the great folks, towards whom want of submission is the great fault, harsh towards all justice that knows and feels itself, and is not submissive, humble, and suppliant. I have often knocked my head against this pillar. So it is that at what then befell me an ambitious man would have hanged himself, and a covetous man would have done the same. I have no manner of cure of getting. Si mihi quod nunc est, et iam minus, et mihi vivum quod superest aevi, si quid superesse volunt Dei. If I may have what I now own, or even less, and may live for myself what of life remains, if the gods grant me remaining years. Horace, Epodes 1:18, 107. But the losses that befall me by the injury of others, whether by theft or violence, go almost as near my heart as they would to that of the most avaricious man. The offense troubles me, without comparison, more than the loss. 1,000 several sorts of mischiefs fell upon me in the neck of one another. I could more cheerfully have borne them all at once. End of section 27. This section is dedicated to the memory of Irene Malone, 1901 to 1999. Reading by Malone. Section 28 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. On Physiognomy. I was already considering to whom, amongst my friends, I might commit a necessitous and discredited old age, and having turned my eyes quite round, I found myself bare. To let oneself fall plump down, and from so great a height, it ought to be in the arms of a solid, vigorous, and fortunate friendship. These are very rare, if there be any. At last I saw that it was safest for me to trust to myself in my necessity. And if it should so fall out that I should be but upon cold terms in fortune's favour, I should so much the more pressingly recommend me to my own, and attach myself and look to myself all the more closely. Men on all occasions throw themselves upon foreign assistance to spare their own, which is alone certain and sufficient to him who knows how therewith to arm himself. Every one runs elsewhere, and to the future, for as much as no one is arrived at himself. And I was satisfied that they were profitable inconveniences, for as much as, first, ill scholars are to be admonished with the rod, when reason will not do, as a crooked piece of wood is by fire and straining reduced to straightness, I have a great while preached to myself to stick close to my own concerns, and separate myself from the affairs of others. Yet I am still turning my eyes aside. A bow, a favourable word, a kind look from a great person tempts me, of which God knows if there is scarcity in these days, and what they signify. I, moreover, without wrinkling my forehead, hearken to the persuasions offered me, to draw me into the marketplace, and so gently refuse, as if I were half willing to be overcome. Now, for so docile a spirit, blows are required. This vessel, which thus chops and cleaves, is ready to fall one piece from another, must have the hoops forced down with good sound strokes of a mallet. Secondly, that this accident served me for exercise to prepare me for worse, if I, who both by the benefit of fortune and by the condition of my manners hope to be among the last, should happen to be one of the first assailed by this storm, instructing myself betimes to constrain my life and fit it for a new state. The true liberty is to be able to do what a man will with himself. Potentissimus est, qui se habet in potestate. He is most potent who is master of himself. Seneca, Epistolae 94. In an ordinary and quiet time a man prepares himself for moderate and common accidents. But in the confusion wherein we have been for these 30 years, every Frenchman, whether personal or in general, sees himself every hour upon the point of the total ruin and overthrow of his fortune. By so much the more ought he to have his courage supplied with the strongest and most vigorous provisions. Let us thank fortune that has not made us live in an effeminate, idle, and languishing age. Some who could never have been so by other means will be made famous by their misfortunes. As I seldom read in histories the confusions of other states, without regret that I was not present, the better to consider them, so does my curiosity make me in some sort please myself in seeing with my own eyes this notable spectacle of our public death, its form and symptoms. And since I cannot hinder it, I am content to have been destined to be present therein, and thereby to instruct myself. So do we eagerly covet to see, though but in shadow and the fables of theatres, the pomp of tragic representations of human fortune. 'Tis not without compassion at what we hear, but we please ourselves in rousing our displeasure by the rarity of these pitiable events. Nothing tickles that does not pinch, and good historians skip over, as stagnant water and dead sea, calm narrations, to return to seditions, to wars, to which they know that we invite them. I question whether I can decently confess with how small a sacrifice of its repose and tranquillity I have passed over above the one half of my life, amid the ruin of my country. I lend myself, my patience somewhat too cheap, in accidents that do not privately assail me, and do not so much regard what they take from me as what remains safe, both within and without. There is comfort in evading, one while this, another while that, of the evils that are levelled at ourselves too, at last, but at present hurt others only about us, as also that in matters of public interest, the more universally my affection is dispersed, the weaker it is, to which may be added that it is half true. Tantum ex publicis malis sentimus, quantum ad privatas res pertinet. We are only so far sensible of public evils as they respect our private affairs. Livy 30:44. And that the health from which we fell was so ill that itself relieves the regret we should have for it. It was health, but only in comparison with the sickness that has succeeded it. We are not fallen from any great height. The corruption and brigandage which are indignity and office seem to me the least supportable. We are less injuriously rifled in a wood than in a place of security. It was a universal juncture of particular members, each corrupted by emulation of the others, and most of them with old ulcers, that neither received nor required any cure. This convulsion, therefore, really more animated than pressed me, by the assistance of my conscience, which was not only at peace within itself, but elevated, and I did not find any reason to complain of myself. Also, as God never sends evils any more than goods, absolutely pure to men, my health continued at that time more than usually good, and, as I can do nothing without it, there are few things that I cannot do with it. It afforded me means to rouse up all my faculties, and to lay my hand before the wound that would else, peradventure, have gone farther. And I experienced, in my patience, that I had some stand against fortune, and that it must be a great shock could throw me out of the saddle. I do not say this to provoke her, to give me a more vigorous charge. I am her humble servant, and submit to her pleasure. Let her be content, in God's name. Am I sensible of her assaults? Yes, I am. But as those who are possessed and oppressed with sorrow sometimes suffer themselves, nevertheless, by intervals, to taste a little pleasure, and are sometimes surprised with a smile, so have I so much power over myself as to make my ordinary condition quiet and free from disturbing thoughts. Yet I suffer myself withal by fits to be surprised with the stings of those unpleasing imaginations that assault me, whilst I am arming myself to drive them away, or at least to wrestle with them. But behold another aggravation of the evil which befell me in the tail of the rest. Both without doors and within, I was assailed with a most violent plague, violent in comparison of all others. For as sound bodies are subject to more grievous maladies, forasmuch as they are not to be forced but by such, so my very healthful air, where no contagion, however near in the memory of man, ever took footing, coming to be corrupted, produced strange effects. Mixta senet juvenum densentur funera, nollum saeva caput proserpina fugit. Old and young die in mixed heaps. Cruel Proserpine forbears none. Horace, Odes 1:28-19. I had to suffer this pleasant condition, that the sight of my house was frightful to me. Whatever I had there was without guard, and left to the mercy of anyone who wished to take it. I myself, who am so hospitable, was in very great distress for a retreat for my family, a distracted family, frightful both to its friends and itself, and filling every place with horror where it attempted to settle, having to shift its abode so soon as anyone's finger began but to ache. All diseases are then concluded to be the plague, and people do not stay to examine whether they are so or no. And the mischief on't is that, according to the rules of art, in every danger that a man comes near, he must undergo a quarantine in fear of the evil, your imagination all the while tormenting you at pleasure, and turning even your health itself into a fever. Yet all this would have much less affected me had I not withal been compelled to be sensible of the sufferings of others, and miserably to serve 6 months together for a guide to this caravan. For I carry my own antidotes within myself, which are resolution and patience. Apprehension, which is particularly feared in this disease, does not much trouble me, and if, being alone, I should have been taken, it had been a less cheerless and a more remote departure. 'Tis a kind of death that I do not think of the worst sort. 'Tis commonly short, stupid, without pain, and consoled by the public condition, without ceremony, without mourning, without a crowd. but as to the people about us, the 100th part of them could not be saved. Videas de certique regna pastorum, et longe saltus lateque vacantes. You would see the shepherd's haunts deserted, and far and wide pastures. Virgil, Georgics 3, 476. In this place my largest revenue is manual. What an 100 men plowed for me lay a long time fallow. But then, what example of resolution did we not see in the simplicity of all this people? Generally, everyone renounced all care of life. The grapes, the principal wealth of the country, remained untouched upon the vines. Every man indifferently prepared for and expected death, either tonight or tomorrow, with a countenance and voice so far from fear, as if they had come to terms with this necessity, and that it was an universal and inevitable sentence. 'Tis always such, but how slender hold has the resolution of dying! The distance and difference of a few hours, the sole consideration of company, renders its apprehension various to us. Observe these people, by reason that they die in the same month, children, young people, and old. They are no longer astonished at it. They no longer lament. I saw some who were afraid of staying behind, as in a dreadful solitude, and I did not commonly observe any other solicitude amongst them than that of sepulture. They were troubled to see the dead bodies scattered about the fields, at the mercy of the wild beasts that presently flocked thither. How differing are the fancies of men! The Neorites, a nation subjected by Alexander, threw the bodies of their dead into the deepest and less frequented parts of their woods, on purpose to have them there eaten, the only sepulture reputed happy amongst them. Some who were yet in health dug their own graves, others laid themselves down in them whilst alive, and a labourer of mine, in dying, with his hands and feet, pulled the earth upon him. Was not this to nestle and settle himself to sleep at greater ease? A bravery in some sort like that of the Roman soldiers, who, after the battle of Cannae, were found with their heads thrust into holes in the earth, which they had made, and suffocating themselves with their own hands, pulled the earth about their ears. In short, a whole province was, by the common usage, at once brought to a course nothing inferior in undauntedness to the most studied and premeditated resolution. Most of the instructions of science to encourage us herein have in them more of show than of force, and more of ornament than of effect. We have abandoned nature, and will teach her what to do, teach her who so happily and so securely conducted us, and in the meantime, from the footsteps of her instruction, and that little which, by the benefit of ignorance, remains of her image imprinted in the life of this rustic rout of unpolished men, science is constrained every day to borrow patterns for her disciplines of constancy, tranquillity, and innocence. It is pretty to see that these persons, full of so much fine knowledge, have to imitate this foolish simplicity, and this in the primary actions of virtue, and that our wisdom must learn even from beasts the most profitable instructions in the greatest and most necessary concerns of our life, as how we are to live and die, manage our property, love and bring up our children, maintain justice, a singular testimony of human infirmity, and that this reason we so handle at our pleasure, finding evermore some diversity and novelty, leaves in us no apparent trace of nature. Men have done with nature as perfumers with oils. They have sophisticated her with so many argumentations and far-fetched discourses that she has become variable and particular to each, and has lost her proper, constant, and universal face. so that we must seek testimony from beasts, not subject to favor, corruption, or diversity of opinions. It is indeed true that even these themselves do not always go exactly in the path of nature, but wherein they swerve, it is so little that you may always see the track. As horses that are led make many bounds and curvets, but 'tis always at the length of the halter, and still follow him that leads them, and as a young hawk takes its flight, but still under the restraint of its tether. Exilia, tormenta, bella, morbos, naufragia meditare, ut nullo sis malo tiro. To meditate upon banishments, tortures, wars, diseases, and shipwrecks, that thou mayest not be a novice to any disaster. Seneca, Epistle 91, 107. What good will this curiosity do us, to anticipate all the inconveniences of human nature, and to prepare ourselves with so much trouble against things which, peradventure, will never befall us? Parem passis tristitiam facit, pati posse. It troubles men as much that they may possibly suffer, as if they really did suffer. Idem, Ibidem 74. Not only the blow, but the wind of the blow strikes us, or like frenetic people, for certainly it is a frenzy, to go immediately and whip yourself, because it may fall out that fortune may one day make you undergo it, and to put on your furred gown at midsummer, because you will stand in need of it at Christmas. Throw yourselves, say they, into the experience of all the evils, the most extreme evils that can possibly befall you, and so be assured of them. On the contrary, the most easy and most natural way would be to banish even the thoughts of them. They will not come soon enough. Their true being will not continue with us long enough. Our mind must lengthen and extend them. We must incorporate them in us beforehand, and there entertain them as if they would not otherwise sufficiently press upon our senses. We shall find them heavy enough when they come, says one of our masters, of none of the tender sects, but of the most severe. In the meantime, favor thyself, believe what pleases thee best. What good will it do thee to anticipate thy ill fortune, to lose the present for fear of the future, and to make thyself miserable now, because thou art to be so in time? These are his words. Science indeed does us one good office in instructing us exactly as to the dimensions of evils. Cordis aquens mortalia corda, probing mortal hearts with cares. Virgil Georgics 1:2. 'Twere pity that any part of their greatness should escape our sense and knowledge. 'Tis certain that for the most part the preparation for death has administered more torment than the thing itself. It was of old truly said, and by a very judicious author, minus affecit sensus fatigatio quam cogitatio. Suffering itself less affects the senses than the apprehension of suffering. Quintilian Instituti Orationes 1:12. The sentiment of present death sometimes, of itself, animates us with a prompt resolution not to avoid a thing that is utterly inevitable. Many gladiators have been seen in the olden time who, after having fought timorously and ill, have courageously entertained death, offering their throats to the enemy's sword and bidding them dispatch. The sight of future death requires a courage that is slow and consequently hard to be got. If you know not how to die, never trouble yourself. Nature will, at the time, fully and sufficiently instruct you. She will exactly do that business for you. Take you no care. Incertum frustra mortales funeris horam quaeritis et qua sit mors aditura via, poena minor certam subito perferre ruinam, quod timias gravius sustinuisse diu. Mortals, in vain you seek to know the uncertain hour of death, and by what channel it will come upon you. Propertius 2:27-1. 'Tis less painful to undergo sudden destruction, 'tis hard to bear that which you long fear. Incertus auctor. We trouble life by the care of death, and death by the care of life. The one torments, the other frights us. It is not against death that we prepare. That is too momentary a thing. A quarter of an hour's suffering, without consequence and without damage, does not deserve especial precepts. To say the truth, we prepare ourselves against the preparations of death. Philosophy ordains that we should always have death before our eyes, to see and consider it before the time, and then gives us rules and precautions to provide that this foresight and thought do us no harm. Just so do physicians, who throw us into diseases, to the end that they may have whereon to employ their drugs and their art. If we have not known how to live, 'tis injustice to teach us how to die, and make the end deform from all the rest. If we have known how to live firmly and quietly, we shall know how to die so too. They may boast as much as they please. Tota philosophorum vita commentatio mortis est. The whole life of philosophers is the meditation of death. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 2:30. But I fancy that, though it be the end, it is not the aim of life. 'Tis its end, its extremity, but not, nevertheless, its object. It ought itself to be its own aim and design. Its true study is to order, govern, and suffer itself. In the number of several other offices that the general and principal chapter of Knowing How to Live comprehends is this article of Knowing How to Die, and, did not our fears give it weight, one of the lightest too. To judge of them by utility and by the naked truth, the lessons of simplicity are not much inferior to those which learning teaches us. Nay, quite the contrary. Men differ in sentiment and force. We must lead them to their own good according to their capacities, and by various ways. Quo me cumque rapit tempestas, deferor hostes. Wherever the season takes me, wherever the tempest drives me, there I am carried as a guest. Horace, Epistles 1:1-15. I never saw any peasant among my neighbors cogitate with what countenance and assurance he should pass over his last hour. Nature teaches him not to think of death till he is dying, and then he does it with a better grace than Aristotle, upon whom death presses with a double weight, both of itself and from so long a premeditation. And therefore it was the opinion of Caesar that the least premeditated death was the easiest and the most happy. Plus dolet quam necesse est, qui ante dolet quam necesse est. He grieves more than necessary who grieves before it is necessary. Seneca, Epistles 98. The sharpness of this imagination springs from our curiosity. 'Tis thus we ever impede ourselves, desiring to anticipate and regulate natural prescripts. It is only for the doctors to dine worse for it, when in the best health, and to frown at the image of death. The common sort stand in need of no remedy or consolation, but just in the shock, and when the blow comes, and consider on it no more than just what they endure. Is it not then, as we say, that the stolidity and want of apprehension in the vulgar give them that patience in present evils, and that profound carelessness of future sinister accidents, that their souls, in being more gross and dull, are less penetrable, and not so easily moved. If it be so, let us henceforth, in God's name, teach nothing but ignorance. 'Tis the utmost fruit the sciences promise us, to which this stolidity so gently leads its disciples. We have no want of good masters, interpreters of natural simplicity. Socrates shall be one, for, as I remember, he speaks something to this purpose to the judges who sat upon his life and death. That which follows is taken from the Apology of Socrates in Plato, chapter 17, and so on. I am afraid, my masters, that if I entreat you not to put me to death, I shall confirm the charge of my accusers, which is that I pretend to be wiser than others, as having something more secret knowledge of things that are above and below us. I have neither frequented nor known death, nor have ever seen any person that has tried its qualities, from whom to inform myself. Such as fear it, presuppose they know it. As for my part, I neither know what it is, nor what they do in the other world. Death is, peradventure, an indifferent thing, peradventure a thing to be desired. 'Tis nevertheless to be believed, if it be a transmigration from one place to another, that it is a bettering of one's condition to go and live with so many great persons deceased, and to be exempt from having any more to do with unjust and corrupt judges. If it be an annihilation of our being, 'tis yet a bettering of one's condition to enter into a long and peaceable night. We find nothing more sweet in life than quiet repose and a profound sleep without dreams. The things that I know to be evil, as to injure one's neighbor and to disobey one's superior, whether it be God or man, I carefully avoid. Such as I do not know whether they be good or evil, I cannot fear them. If I am to die and leave you alive, the gods alone only know whether it will go better with you or with me. Wherefore, as to what concerns me, you may do as you shall think fit. But, according to my method of advising just and profitable things, I say that you will do your consciences more right to set me at liberty, unless you see further into my cause than I do. And, judging according to my past actions, both public and private, according to my intentions, and according to the profit that so many of our citizens, both young and old, daily extract from my conversation, and the fruit that you all reap from me, you cannot more duly acquit yourselves towards my merit than in ordering that, my property considered, I should be maintained at the Prytaneum at the public expense, a thing that I have often known you, with less reason, to grant to others. Do not impute it to obstinacy, or disdain that I do not, according to the custom, supplicate and go about to move you to commiseration. I have both friends and kindred, not being, as Homer says, begotten of wood or a stone, nor more than others, who might well present themselves before you with tears and mourning. And I have 3 desolate children with whom to move you to compassion. But I should do a shame to our city, at the age I am, and in the reputation of wisdom which is now charged against me, to appear in such an abject form. What would men say of the other Athenians? I have always admonished those who have frequented my lectures not to redeem their lives by an unbecoming action, and in the wars of my country, at Amphipolis, Potidaea, Delia, and other expeditions where I have been, I have effectually manifested how far I was from securing my safety by my shame. I should, moreover, compromise your duty, and should invite you to unbecoming things. For 'tis not for my prayers to persuade you, but for the pure and solid reasons of justice. You have sworn to the gods to keep yourselves upright, and it would seem as if I suspected you, or would recriminate upon you that I do not believe that you are so. And I should testify against myself not to believe them as I ought, mistrusting their conduct, and not purely committing my affair into their hands. I wholly rely upon them, and hold myself assured they will do in this what shall be most fit both for you and for me. Good men, whether living or dead, have no reason to fear the gods. End of section 28. Reading by Malone. Section 29 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Physiognomy. Is not this an innocent child's pleading, of an unimaginable loftiness, true, frank, and just, unexampled, and in what a necessity employed? Truly, he had a very good reason to prefer it before that which the great orator Lysias had penned for him, admirably couched indeed in the judiciary style, but unworthy of so noble a criminal. Had a suppliant voice been heard out of the mouth of Socrates, that lofty virtue had struck sail in the height of its glory, and ought his rich and powerful nature to have committed her defence to art, and in her highest proof have renounced truth and simplicity, the ornaments of his speaking to adorn and deck himself with the embellishments of figures and the flourishes of a premeditated speech. He did very wisely, and like himself, not to corrupt the tenor of an incorrupt life, and so sacred an image of the human form, to spin out his decrepitude another year, and to betray the immortal memory of that glorious end. He owed his life not to himself, but to the example of the world. Had it not been a public damage that he should have concluded it after a lazy and obscure manner? Assuredly, that careless and indifferent consideration of his death deserved that posterity should consider it so much the more, as indeed they did. And there is nothing so just in justice than that which fortune ordained for his recommendation. For the Athenians abominated all those who had been causers of his death to such a degree that they avoided them as excommunicated persons, and looked upon everything as polluted that had been touched by them. No one would wash with them in the public baths, no one would salute or own acquaintance with them, so that at last, unable longer to support this public hatred, they hanged themselves. If anyone shall think that amongst so many other examples that I had to choose out of in the sayings of Socrates for my present purpose, I have made an ill choice of this, and shall judge this discourse of his elevated above common conceptions, I must tell them that I have properly selected it, for I am of another opinion, and hold it to be a discourse in rank and simplicity much below and behind common conceptions. He represents, in an inartificial boldness and infantine security, the pure and first impression and ignorance of nature. For it is to be believed that we have naturally a fear of pain, but not of death, by reason of itself 'Tis a part of our being, and no less essential than living. To what end should nature have begotten in us a hatred to it and a horror of it, considering that it is of so great utility to her in maintaining the succession and vicissitude of her works, and that in this universal republic it conduces more to birth and augmentation than to loss or ruin? Sic rerum summa novatur. Mille animas una necata dedit. The failing of one life is the passage to 1,000 other lives. Nature has imprinted in beasts the care of themselves and of their conservation. They proceed so far as hitting or hurting to be timorous of being worse, of themselves, of our haltering and beating them, accidents subject to their sense and experience. But that we should kill them, they cannot fear, nor have they the faculty to imagine and conclude such a thing as death. It is said, indeed, that we see them not only cheerfully undergo it, horses for the most part neighing and swans singing when they die, but moreover seek it at need, of which elephants have given many examples. Besides, the method of arguing of which Socrates here makes use, is it not equally admirable both in simplicity and vehemence? Truly, it is much more easy to speak like Aristotle and to live like Caesar than to speak and live as Socrates did. There lies the extreme degree of perfection and difficulty. Art cannot reach it. Now our faculties are not so trained up. We do not try. We do not know them. We invest ourselves with those of others, and let our own lie idle. As someone may say of me, that I have here only made a nosegay of foreign flowers, having furnished nothing of my own but the thread to tie them. Certainly, I have so far yielded to public opinion that those borrowed ornaments accompany me, but I do not mean that they shall cover me and hide me. That is quite contrary to my design, who desire to make a show of nothing but what is my own, and what is my own by nature. And had I taken up my own advice, I had at all hazards spoken purely alone. I more and more load myself every day, beyond my purpose and at first method, upon the account of idleness and the humour of the age. If it misbecome me, as I believe it does, 'tis no matter, it may be of use to some others. Such there are who quote Plato and Homer, who never saw either of them, and I also have taken things out of place far enough distant from their source. Without pains and without learning, having 1,000 volumes about me in the place where I write, I can presently borrow, if I please, from a dozen such scrap-gatherers, people about whom I do not much trouble myself, wherewith to trick up this treatise of physiognomy. There needs no more but a preliminary epistle of a German to stuff me with quotations, and so it is we go in quest of a tickling story to cheat the foolish world. These lumber pies of commonplaces, wherewith so many furnish their studies, are of little use but to common subjects, and serve but to show us and not to direct us. A ridiculous fruit of learning, that Socrates so pleasantly discusses against Euthydemus. I've seen books made of things that were never either studied or understood, the author committing to several of his learned friends the examination of this and t'other matter to compile it, contenting himself, for his share, with having projected the design, and by his industry to have tied together this faggot of unknown provisions. The ink and paper, at least, are his. This is to buy or borrow a book, and not to make one. 'Tis to show men not that he can make a book, but that, whereof they may be in doubt, he cannot make one. A president where I was boasted that he had amassed together 200 and odd commonplaces in one of his judgments, in telling which he deprived himself of the glory he had got by it. In my opinion, a pusillanimous and absurd vanity for such a subject and such a person. I do the contrary, and amongst so many borrowed things am glad if I can steal one, disguising and altering it for some new service, at the hazard of having it said that 'tis for want of understanding its natural use. I give it some particular touch of my own hand, to the end it may not be so absolutely foreign. These set their thefts in show and value themselves upon them, and so have more credit with the laws than I have. We naturalists think that there is a great and incomparable preference in the honor of invention over allegation. If I would have spoken by learning, I had spoken sooner. I had written of the time nearer to my studies, when I had more wit and better memory, and should sooner have trusted to the vigor of that age than this, would I have made a business of writing. And what if this gracious favour, his acquaintance with Mademoiselle de Gournay, which fortune has lately offered me upon the account of this work, had befallen me in that time of my life, instead of this, wherein 'tis equally desirable to possess, soon to be lost. Two of my acquaintance, great men in this faculty, have, in my opinion, lost half in refusing to publish at 40 years old, that they might stay till 60. Maturity has its defects as well as green years, and worse. And old age is as unfit for this kind of business as any other. He who commits his decrepitude to the press plays the fool, if he thinks to squeeze anything out thence that does not relish of dreaming, dotage, and drivelling. The mind grows costive and thick in growing old. I deliver my ignorance in pomp and state, and my learning meagerly and poorly. This accidentally and accessorily, that principally and expressly, and write specifically of nothing but nothing, nor of any science but that of inscience. I have chosen a time when my life, which I am to give an account of, lies wholly before me. What remains has more to do with death, and of my death itself, should I find it a prating death, as others do, I would willingly give an account of it at my departure. Socrates was a perfect exemplar in all great qualities, and I'm vexed that he had so deformed a face and body, as is said, and so unsuitable to the beauty of his soul, himself being so amorous and such an admirer of beauty. Nature did him wrong. There's nothing more probable than the conformity and relation of the body to the soul. Ipsi animi magni refert, quali in corpore locati sunt. Multo enim a corpore existunt, qui acuant mentem, multa qua obtundant. It is of great consequence in what bodies minds are placed, for many things spring from the body that may sharpen the mind, and many that may blunt it. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 1:33. This refers to an unnatural ugliness and deformity of limbs. But we call ugliness also an unseemliness at first sight, which is principally lodged in the face, and disgusts us on very slight grounds, by the complexion, a spot, a rugged countenance, for some reasons often wholly inexplicable, in members nevertheless of good symmetry and perfect. The deformity that clothed a very beautiful soul in La Boétie was of this predicament, that superficial ugliness, which nevertheless is always the most imperious, is of least prejudice to the state of the mind, and of very little certainty in the opinion of men. The other, which is never properly called deformity, being more substantial, strikes deeper in. Not every shoe of smooth, shining leather, but every shoe well made, shows the shape of the foot within. As Socrates said of this, it betrayed equal ugliness in his soul had he not corrected it by education. But in saying so, I hold he was unjust, as his custom was. Never so excellent a soul formed itself. I cannot often enough repeat how great an esteem I have for beauty, that potent and advantageous quality. He, La Boétie, called it a short tyranny, and Plato, the privilege of nature. We have nothing that excels it in reputation. It has the first place in the commerce of men. It presents itself in the front, seduces and prepossesses our judgments with great authority and wonderful impression. Phryne had lost her cause in the hands of an excellent advocate, if, opening her robe, she had not corrupted her judges by the lustre of her beauty. And I find that Cyrus, Alexander, and Caesar, the three masters of the world, never neglected beauty in their greatest affairs. No more did the first Scipio. The same word in Greek signifies both fair and good, and the holy word often says good when it means fair. I should willingly maintain the priority in good things, according to the song that Plato calls an idle thing, taken out of some ancient poet. Health, beauty, riches. Aristotle says that the right of command appertains to the beautiful, and that when there is a person whose beauty comes near the images of the gods, veneration is equally due to him. To him who asked why people oftener and longer frequent the company of handsome persons, that question, said he, is only to be asked by the blind. Most of the philosophers, and the greatest, paid for their schooling and acquired wisdom by the favor and mediation of their beauty. Not only in the men that serve me, but also in the beasts, I consider it within 2 fingers' breadth of goodness. And yet I fancy that those features and molds of face, and those lineaments by which men guess at our internal complexions and our fortunes to come, is a thing that does not very directly and simply lie under the chapter of beauty and deformity. No more than every good odor and serenity of air promises health, nor all fog and stink infection in a time of pestilence. Such as accuse ladies of contradicting their beauty by their manners do not always hit right. For in a face which is none of the best, there may dwell some air of probity and trust, as on the contrary I have read, betwixt 2 beautiful eyes, menaces of a dangerous and malignant nature. There are favorable physiognomies, so that in a crowd of victorious enemies you shall presently choose, amongst men you never saw before, one rather than another to whom to surrender, and with whom to entrust your life, and yet not properly upon the consideration of beauty. A person's look is but a feeble warranty, and yet it is something considerable too. And if I had to lash them, I would most severely scourge the wicked ones who belie and betray the promises that nature has planted in their foreheads. I should with greater severity punish malice under a mild and gentle aspect. It seems as if there were some lucky and some unlucky faces, and I believe there is some art in distinguishing affable from merely simple faces, severe from rugged, and malicious from pensive, scornful from melancholic, and other such bordering qualities. There are beauties which are not only haughty but sour, and others that are not only gentle but more than that, insipid. To prognosticate from them future events is a matter that I shall leave undecided. I have, as I have said elsewhere as to my own concern, simply and implicitly embraced this ancient rule, that we cannot fail in following nature, and that the sovereign precept is to conform ourselves to her. I have not, as Socrates did, corrected my natural composition by the force of reason, and have not in the least disturbed my inclination by art. I have let myself go as I came. I contend not, my two principal parts live, of their own accord, in peace and good intelligence. But my nurse's milk, thank God, was tolerably wholesome and good. Shall I say this by the way, that I see in greater esteem than 'tis worth, and in use solely among ourselves, a certain image of scholastic probity, a slave to precepts, and fettered with hope and fear. I would have it such as that laws and religions should not make, but perfect and authorize it, that finds it has wherewithal to support itself without help, born and rooted in us from the seed of universal reason, imprinted in every man by nature. That reason which strengthens Socrates from his vicious bend renders him obedient to the gods and men of authority in his city. Courageous in death, not because his soul is immortal, but because he is mortal. 'Tis a doctrine ruinous to all government, and much more hurtful than ingenious and subtle, which persuades the people that a religious belief is alone sufficient and without conduct to satisfy the divine justice. Use demonstrates to us a vast distinction between devotion and conscience. I have a favorable aspect, both in form and in interpretation. Quid dixi habere me? Ibo habui creme. What did I say? That I have? No, cremes, I had. Terence, Heauton Timorumenos, Act 1, Scene 2, verse 42. Heu tantum attriti corporis osioides. Alas, of a worn body thou seest only the bones. And that makes a quite contrary show to that of Socrates. It has often befallen me, and that upon the mere credit of my presence and air, persons who had no manner of knowledge of me have put a very great confidence in me, whether in their own affairs or mine. And I have been in foreign parts thence obtained singular and rare favours. But the two following examples are peradventure worth particular relation. A certain person planned to surprise my house and me in it. His scheme was to come to my gates alone, and to be importunate to be let in. I knew him by name, and had fair reason to repose confidence in him, as being my neighbor and something related to me. I caused the gates to be opened to him, as I do to everyone. There I found him, with every appearance of alarm, his horse panting and very tired. He entertained me with this story, that about half a league off he had met with a certain enemy of his, whom I also knew, and had heard of their quarrel. That his enemy had given him a very brisk chase, and that having been surprised in disorder, and his party being too weak, he had fled to my gates for refuge, and that he was in great trouble for his followers. whom, he said, he concluded to be all either dead or taken. I innocently did my best to comfort, assure, and refresh him. Shortly after came 4 or 5 of his soldiers, who presented themselves in the same countenance and affright, to get in too, and after them more, and still more, very well mounted and armed, to the number of 25 or 30, pretending that they had the enemy at their heels. This mystery began a little to awaken my suspicion. I was not ignorant what an age I lived in, how much my house might be envied, and I had several examples of others of my acquaintance to whom a mishap of this sort had happened. But thinking there was nothing to be got by having begun to do a courtesy, unless I went through with it, and that I could not disengage myself for them without spoiling all, I let myself go the most natural and simple way, as I always do, and invited them all to come in. And in truth I am naturally very little inclined to suspicion and distrust. I willingly incline towards excuse and the gentlest interpretation. I take men according to the common order, and do not more believe in those perverse and unnatural inclinations, unless convinced by manifest evidence, than I do in monsters and miracles. And I am, moreover, a man who willingly commits myself to fortune, and throw myself headlong into her arms. And I have hitherto found more reason to applaud than to blame myself for so doing, having ever found her more discreet about and a greater friend to my affairs than I am myself. There are some actions in my life whereof the conduct may justly be called difficult, or, if you please, prudent. Of these, supposing the third part to have been my own, doubtless the other 2/3 were absolutely hers. We make, methinks, a mistake in that we do not enough trust heaven with our affairs, and pretend to more from our own conduct than appertains to us, and therefore it is that our designs so often miscarry. Heaven is jealous of the extent that we attribute to the right of human prudence above its own, and cuts it all the shorter by how much the more we amplify it. The last comers remained on horseback in my courtyard, whilst their leader, who was with me in the parlour, would not have his horse put up in the stable, saying he should immediately retire so soon as he had news of his men. He saw himself master of his enterprise, and nothing now remained but its execution. He has since several times said, for he was not ashamed to tell the story himself, that my countenance and frankness had snatched the treachery out of his hands. He again mounted his horse, his followers, who had their eyes intent upon him to see when he would give the signal, being very much astonished to find him come away and leave his prey behind him. Another time, relying upon some truce just published in the army, I took a journey through a very ticklish country. I had not ridden far, but I was discovered, and 2 or 3 parties of horse from various places were sent out to seize me. One of them overtook me on the 3rd day, and I was attacked by 15 or 20 gentlemen in visors, followed at a distance by a band of foot soldiers. I was taken, withdrawn into the thick of a neighboring forest, dismounted and robbed, my trunks rifled, my money-box taken, and my horses and equipage divided amongst new masters. We had, in this copse, a very long contest about my ransom, which they set so high that it was manifest that I was not known to them. They were, moreover, in a very great debate about my life, and, in truth, there were various circumstances that clearly showed the danger I was in. Tunc animis opus aenea, tunc pectore firmo. Then, Aeneas, there was need of courage, of a firm heart. Aeneid 6:261. I still insisted upon the truce, too willing they should have the gain of what they had already taken from me, which was not to be despised, and without promise of any other ransom. After 2 or 3 hours that we had been in this place, and that they had mounted me up on a horse that was not likely to run from them, and committed me to the guard of 15 or 20 arquebusiers, and dispersed my servants to others, having given order that they should carry us away prisoners several ways, and I being already got some 2 or 3 musket shots from the place, iam preci Pollucus, iam casterus implorata. By a prayer addressed now to Pollux, now to Castor, Catullus 70:65. Behold, a sudden and unexpected alteration. I saw the chief return to me with gentler language, making search amongst the troopers for my scattered property, and causing as much as could be recovered to be restored to me, even to my money-box. But the best present they made was my liberty, for the rest did not much concern me at that time. The true cause of so sudden a change, and of this reconsideration, without any apparent impulse, and of so miraculous a repentance, in such a time, in such a planned and deliberate enterprise, and become just by usage, for at the first dash I plainly confessed to them of what party I was, and whither I was going. Truly, I do not yet rightly understand. The most prominent amongst them, who pulled off his visor and told me his name, repeatedly told me at the time, over and over again, that I owed my deliverance to my countenance, and the liberty and boldness of my speech, that rendered me unworthy of such a misadventure, and should secure me from its repetition. 'Tis possible that the divine goodness willed to make use of this vain instrument for my preservation, and it, moreover, defended me the next day from other and worse ambushes, of which these my assailants had given me warning. The last of these 2 gentlemen is yet living himself to tell the story. The first was killed not long ago. If my face did not answer for me, if men did not read in my eyes and in my voice the innocence of intention, I had not lived so long without quarrels and without giving offence, seeing the indiscreet whatever comes into my head, and to judge so rashly of things. This way may, with reason, appear uncivil and ill adapted to our way of conversation, but I never met with any who judged it outrageous or malicious, or that took offence at my liberty, if he had it from my own mouth. Words repeated have another kind of sound and sense. Nor do I hate any person, and I am so slow to offend that I cannot do it even upon the account of reason itself, and when occasion has required me to sentence criminals, I have rather chosen to fail in point of justice than to do it. Ut magis peccari nolem, quam satis animi ad vindicanda peccata habeam, so that I had rather men should not commit faults than that I should have sufficient courage to condemn them. Livy 39:21. Aristotle, 'tis said, was reproached for having been too merciful to a wicked man. I was indeed, said he, merciful to the man, but not to his wickedness. Ordinary judgments exasperate themselves to punishment by the horror of the fact, but it cools mine. The horror of the first murder makes me fear a second, and the deformity of the first cruelty makes me abhor all imitation of it. That may be applied to me, who am but a squire of clubs, which was said of Charillus, king of Sparta. He cannot be good, seeing he is not evil even to the wicked. Or thus, for Plutarch delivers it both these ways, as he does 1,000 other things, variously and contradictorily. He must needs be good, because he is so even to the wicked. Even as in lawful actions I dislike to employ myself when for such as are displeased at it, so, to say the truth, in unlawful things I do not make conscience enough of employing myself when it is for such as are willing. End of section 29. Reading by Malone.
Section 30 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Experience, Part 1. There is no desire more natural than that of knowledge. We try all ways that can lead us to it. Where reason is wanting, we therein employ experience. Per varios usus artem experientia fecit, exemplo monstrante viam. By various trials, experience created art, example shewing the way. Manilius, 1:59. Which is a means much more weak and cheap. But truth is so great a thing that we ought not to disdain any mediation that will guide us to it. Reason has so many forms that we know not to which to take. Experience has no fewer. The consequence we would draw from the comparison of events is unsure, by reason they are always unlike. There is no quality so universal in this image of things as diversity and variety. Both the Greeks and the Latins, and we, for the most express example of similitude, employ that of eggs. And yet there have been men, particularly one at Delphos, who could distinguish marks of difference amongst eggs so well that he never mistook one for another, and, having many hens, could tell which had laid it. Dissimilitude intrudes itself of itself in our works. No art can arrive at perfect similitude. Neither Perrozet nor any other can so carefully polish and blanch the backs of his cards that some gamesters will not distinguish them by seeing them only shuffled by another. Resemblance does not so much make one as difference makes another. Nature has obliged herself to make nothing other that was not unlike. And yet I am not much pleased with his opinion who thought by the multitude of laws to curb the authority of judges in cutting out for them their several parcels. He was not aware that there is as much liberty and latitude in the interpretation of laws as in their form, and they but fool themselves who think to lessen and stop our disputes by recalling us to the express words of the Bible. For as much as our mind does not find the field less spacious wherein to controvert the sense of another than to deliver his own, and as if there were less animosity and tartness in commentary than in invention. We see how much he was mistaken, for we have more laws in France than all the rest of the world put together, and more than would be necessary for the government of all the worlds of Epicurus. Ut olim flagitiis sic nunc legibus laboramus. As we were formerly by crimes, so we are now overburdened by laws. Tacitus, Annales, 3:25. And yet we have left so much to the opinions and decisions of our judges, that there never was so full a liberty or so full a license. What have our legislators gained by culling out 100,000 particular cases, and by applying to these 100,000 laws? This number holds no manner of proportion with the infinite diversity of human actions. The multiplication of our inventions will never arrive at the variety of examples. Add to these 100 times as many more, it will still not happen that of events to come there shall one be found that in this vast number of millions of events so chosen and recorded, shall so tally with any other one, and be so exactly coupled and matched with it, that there will not remain some circumstance and diversity which will require a diverse judgment. There is little relation betwixt our actions, which are in perpetual mutation, and fixed and immutable laws. The most to be desired are those that are the most rare, the most simple and general; and I am even of opinion that we had better have none at all than to have them in so prodigious a number as we have. Nature always gives them better and happier than those we make ourselves. Witness the picture of the golden age of the poets, and the state wherein we see nations live who have no other. Some there are who for their only judge take the first passer-by that travels along their mountains to determine their cause, and others who, on their market day, choose out some one amongst them upon the spot to decide their controversies. What danger would there be that the wisest amongst us should so determine ours according to occurrences and at sight, without obligation of example and consequence? For every foot its own shoe. King Ferdinand, sending colonies to the Indies, wisely provided that they should not carry along with them any students of jurisprudence, for fear lest suits should get footing in that new world, as being a science in its own nature, breeder of altercation and division; judging with Plato, that lawyers and physicians are bad institutions of a country. Whence does it come to pass that our common language, so easy for all other uses, becomes obscure and unintelligible in wills and contracts, and that he who so clearly expresses himself in whatever else he speaks or writes, cannot find in these any way of declaring himself that does not fall into doubt and contradiction? If it be not that the princes of that art, applying themselves with a peculiar attention to cull out portentous words, and to contrive artificial sentences, have so weighed every syllable, and so thoroughly sifted every sort of quirking connection, that they are now confounded and entangled in the infinity of figures and minute divisions, and can no more fall within any rule or prescription, nor any certain intelligence. Confusum est, quid usque in pulverem sectum est. Whatever is beaten into powder is undistinguishable, confused. Seneca, Epistle 89. As you see children trying to bring a mass of quicksilver to a certain number of parts, the more they press and work it, and endeavour to reduce it to their own will, the more they irritate the liberty of this generous metal. It evades their endeavour, and sprinkles itself into so many separate bodies as frustrate all reckoning. So is it here, for in subdividing these subtleties, we teach men to increase their doubts. They put us into a way of extending and diversifying difficulties, and lengthen and disperse them. In sowing and retailing questions, they make the world fructify and increase in uncertainties and disputes, as the earth is made fertile by being crumbled and dug deep. Difficultatem facit doctrina. Learning, doctrine, begets difficulty. Quintilian, Institutio Oratoria, 10, 3. We doubted of Ulpian, and are still now more perplexed with Bartolus and Baldus. We should efface the trace of this innumerable diversity of opinions, not adorn ourselves with it, and fill posterity with crotchets. I know not what to say to it, but experience makes it manifest that so many interpretations dissipate truth and break it. Aristotle wrote to be understood. If he could not do this, much less will another that is not so good at it, and a third than he who expressed his own thoughts. We open the matter and spill it in pouring out. Of one subject we make 1,000, and in multiplying and subdividing them, fall again into the infinity of atoms of Epicurus. Never did two men make the same judgment of the same thing, and 'tis impossible to find two opinions exactly alike, not only in several men, but in the same man at diverse hours. I often find matter of doubt in things of which the commentary has disdained to take notice. I am most apt to stumble in an even country, like some horses that I have known, that make most trips in the smoothest way. Who will not say that glosses augment doubts and ignorance, since there's no book to be found, either human or divine, which the world busies itself about, whereof the difficulties are cleared by interpretation. The 100th commentator passes it on to the next, still more knotty and perplexed than he found it. When were we ever agreed amongst ourselves? This book has enough, there is now no more to be said about it. This is most apparent in the law. We give the authority of law to infinite doctors, infinite decrees, and as many interpretations. Yet do we find any end of the need of interpreting? Is there, for all that, any progress or advancement towards peace, or do we stand in need of any fewer advocates and judges than when this great mass of law was yet in its first infancy. On the contrary, we darken and bury intelligence. We can no longer discover it, but at the mercy of so many fences and barriers. Men do not know the natural dis-ease of the mind. It does nothing but ferret and inquire, and is eternally wheeling, juggling, and perplexing itself like silkworms, and then suffocates itself in its work. Mus in pique, a mouse in a pitch barrel. It thinks it discovers at a great distance I know not what glimpses of light and imaginary truth, but whilst running to it, so many difficulties, hindrances, and new inquisitions cross it, that it loses its way, and is made drunk with the motion. Not much unlike Aesop's dogs, that seeing something like a dead body floating in the sea, and not being able to approach it, set to work to drink the water and lay the passage dry, and so choked themselves. To which what one Crates said of the writings of Heraclitus falls pat enough, that they required a reader who could swim well, so that the depth and weight of his learning might not overwhelm and stifle him. 'Tis nothing but particular weakness that makes us content with what others or ourselves have found out in this chase after knowledge. One of better understanding will not rest so content. There is always room for one to follow, nay, even for ourselves, and another road. There is no end of our inquisitions. Our end is in the other world. 'Tis a sign either that the mind has grown short-sighted when it is satisfied, or that it has got weary. No generous mind can stop in itself. It will still tend further and beyond its power. It has sallies beyond its effects. If it do not advance and press forward, and retire, and rush and wheel about, 'tis but half alive. Its pursuits are without bound or method. Its aliment is admiration, the chase, ambiguity, which Apollo sufficiently declared in always speaking to us in a double, obscure, and oblique sense, not feeding, but amusing and puzzling us. 'Tis an irregular and perpetual motion, without model and without aim. Its inventions heat, pursue, and interproduce one another. So in a running stream one wave we see after another roll incessantly, and as they glide, each does successively pursue the other, each the other fly, by this that's evermore pushed on, and this by that continually preceded is. The water still does into water swill, still the same brook, but different water still. There is more ado to interpret interpretations than to interpret things, and more books upon books than upon any other subject. We do nothing but comment upon one another. Every place swarms with commentaries. Of authors there is great scarcity. Is it not the principal and most reputed knowledge of our later ages to understand the learned? Is it not the common and final end of all studies? Our opinions are grafted upon one another. The first serves as a stock to the second to the third, and so forth. Thus, step by step, we climb the ladder, whence it comes to pass that he who is mounted highest has often more honour than merit, for he is got up but an inch upon the shoulders of the last but one. How often, and peradventure how foolishly, have I extended my book to make it speak of itself! Foolishly, if for no other reason but this, that it should remind me of what I say of others who do the same, that the frequent amorous glances they cast upon their work witness that their hearts pant with self-love, and that even the disdainful severity wherewith they scourge them are but the dandlings and caressings of maternal love. As Aristotle, whose valuing and undervaluing himself often spring from the same air of arrogance. My own excuse is, that I ought in this to have more liberty than others, forasmuch as I write specifically of myself and of my writings, as I do of my other actions; that my theme turns upon itself. But I know not whether others will accept this excuse. I observed in Germany that Luther has left as many divisions and disputes about the doubt of his opinions, and more, than he himself raised upon the Holy Scriptures. Our contest is verbal. I ask what nature is, what pleasure, circle, and substitution are. The question is about words, and is answered accordingly. A stone is a body, but if a man should further urge, and what is a body? Substance. And what is substance? And so on, he would drive the respondent to the end of his calepin. We exchange one word for another, and often for one less understood. I better know what man is than I know what animal is, or mortal, or rational. To satisfy one doubt, they give me three: 'tis the hydra's head. Socrates asked Menon what virtue was. There is, says Menon, the virtue of a man and of a woman, of a magistrate and of a private person, of an old man and of a child. Very fine, cried Socrates, we were in quest of one virtue, and thou hast brought us a whole swarm. We put one question, and they return us a whole hive. As no event, no face entirely resembles another, so do they not entirely differ, an ingenious mixture of nature. If our faces were not alike, we could not distinguish man from beast. If they were not unlike, we could not distinguish one man from another. All things hold by some similitude. Every example halts, and the relation which is drawn from experience is always faulty and imperfect. Comparisons are ever coupled at one end or other. So do the laws serve, and are fitted to every one of our affairs by some wrested, biased, and forced interpretation. Since the ethic laws, that concern the particular duty of every one in himself, are so hard to be framed, as we see they are, 'tis no wonder if those which govern so many particulars are much more so. Do but consider the form of this justice that governs us. 'Tis a true testimony of human weakness, so full is it of error and contradiction. What we find to be favor and severity in justice, and we find so much of them both, that I know not whether the medium is as often met with, are sickly and unjust members of the very body and essence of justice. Some country people have just brought me news in great haste, that they presently left in a forest of mine a man with 100 wounds upon him, who was yet breathing, and begged of them water for pity's sake, and help to carry him to some place of relief. They tell me they durst not go near him, but have run away, lest the officers of justice should catch them there. And as happens to those who are found near a murdered person, they should be called in question about this accident, to their utter ruin, having neither money nor friends to defend their innocence. What could I have said to these people? 'Tis certain that this office of humanity would have brought them into trouble. How many innocent people have we known that have been punished, and this without the judge's fault? And how many that have not arrived at our knowledge? This happened in my time. Certain men were condemned to die for a murder committed. Their sentence, if not pronounced, at least determined and concluded on. The judges, just in the nick, are informed by the officers of an inferior court hard by, that they have some men in custody who have directly confessed the murder, and made an indubitable discovery of all the particulars of the fact. Yet it was gravely deliberated whether or not they ought to suspend the execution of the sentence already passed upon the first accused. They considered the novelty of the example judicially, and the consequence of reversing judgments. That the sentence was passed, and the judges deprived of repentance. And in the result, these poor devils were sacrificed by the forms of justice. Philip, or some other, provided against a like inconvenience after this manner. He had condemned a man in a great fine towards another by an absolute judgment. The truth some time after being discovered, he found that he had passed an unjust sentence. On one side was the reason of the cause, on the other side the reason of the judicial forms. He in some sort satisfied both, leaving the sentence in the state it was, and out of his own purse recompensing the condemned party. But he had to do with a reparable affair. My men were irreparably hanged. How many condemnations have I seen more criminal than the crimes themselves? All which makes me remember the ancient opinions, that 'tis of necessity a man must do wrong by retail who will do right in gross, and injustice in little things who would come to do justice in great, that human justice is formed after the model of physic, according to which all that is useful is also just and honest, and of what is held by the Stoics, that Nature herself proceeds contrary to justice in most of her works, and of what is received by the Cyrenaics, that there is nothing just of itself, but that customs and laws make justice; and what the Theodorians held, that theft, sacrilege, and all sorts of uncleanness are just in a sage, if he knows them to be profitable to him. There is no remedy. I am in the same case that Alcibiades was, that I will never, if I can help it, put myself into the hands of a man who may determine as to my head, where my life and honour shall more depend upon the skill and diligence of my attorney than on my own innocence. I would venture myself with such justice as would take notice of my good deeds as well as my ill, where I had as much to hope as to fear. Indemnity is not sufficient pay to a man who does better than not to do amiss. Our justice presents to us but one hand, and that the left hand too. Let him be who he may, he shall be sure to come off with loss. In China, of which kingdom the government and arts, without commerce with or knowledge of ours, surpass our examples in several excellent features, and of which the history teaches me how much greater and more various the world is than either the ancients or we have been able to penetrate. The officers deputed by the prince to visit the state of his provinces, as they punish those who behave themselves ill in their charge, so do they liberally reward those who have conducted themselves better than the common sort, and beyond the necessity of their duty. These there present themselves, not only to be approved, but to get; not simply to be paid, but to have a present made to them. No judge, thank God, has ever yet spoken to me in the quality of a judge, upon any account whatever, whether my own or that of a third party, whether criminal or civil; nor no prison has ever received me, not even to walk there. Imagination renders the very outside of a jail displeasing to me. I am so enamoured of liberty, that should I be interdicted the access to some corner of the Indies, I should live a little less at my ease. And whilst I can find earth or air open elsewhere, I shall never lurk in any place where I must hide myself. My God, how ill should I endure the condition wherein I see so many people, nailed to a corner of the kingdom, deprived of the right to enter the principal cities and courts, and the liberty of the public roads, for having quarrelled with our laws. If those under which I live should shake a finger at me by way of menace, I would immediately go seek out others, let them be where they would. All my little prudence in the civil wars wherein we are now engaged is employed that they may not hinder my liberty of going and coming. Now the laws keep up their credit, not for being just, but because they are laws. 'Tis the mystic foundation of their authority; they have no other, and it well answers their purpose. They are often made by fools, still oftener by men who, out of hatred to equality, fail in equity, but always by men, vain and irresolute authors. There is nothing so much, nor so grossly, nor so ordinarily faulty as the laws. Whoever obeys them because they are just, does not justly obey them as he ought. Our French laws, by their irregularity and deformity, lend in some sort a helping hand to the disorder and corruption that all manifest in their dispensation and execution. The command is so perplexed and inconstant, that it in some sort excuses alike disobedience and defect in the interpretation, the administration, and the observation of it. What fruit then soever we may extract from experience, that will little advantage our institution, which we draw from foreign examples, if we make so little profit of that we have of our own, which is more familiar to us, and doubtless sufficient to instruct us in that whereof we have need. I study myself more than any other subject. 'Tis my metaphysic, my physic. Quis Deus hanc mundi temperet arte domum, qua venit exoriens, qua deficit, unde coactis, cornibus in plenum menstrua luna redit, unde salus superant venti, quid flamine captet, iurus, et in nubes unde perennis aqua. Sit ventura dies mundi quae subruat arces. What god may govern with skill this dwelling of the world? Whence rises the monthly moon? Whither wanes she? How is it that her horns are contracted and reopen? Whence do winds prevail on the main? What does the east wind court with its blasts? And whence are the clouds perpetually supplied with water? Is a day to come which may undermine the world? Propertius 3, 5, 26. Quaerite, quos agitat mundi labor. Ask whom the cares of the world trouble. Lucan 1, 417. In this universality I suffer myself to be ignorantly and negligently led by the general law of the world. I shall know it well enough when I feel it. My learning cannot make it alter its course. It will not change itself for me. 'Tis folly to hope it, and a greater folly to concern oneself about it, seeing it is necessarily alike public and common. The goodness and capacity of the governor ought absolutely to discharge us of all care of the government. Philosophical inquisitions and contemplations serve for no other use but to increase our curiosity. The philosophers, with great reason, send us back to the rules of nature, but they have nothing to do with so sublime a knowledge. They falsify them, and present us her face painted with too high and too adulterate a complexion, whence spring so many different pictures of so uniform a subject. As she has given us feet to walk with, so has she given us prudence to guide us in life. Not so ingenious, robust, and pompous a prudence as that of their invention, but yet one that is easy, quiet, and salutary, and that very well performs what the other promises, in him who has the good luck to know how to employ it sincerely and regularly, that is to say, according to nature. The most simply to commit oneself to nature is to do it most wisely. Oh, what a soft, easy, and wholesome pillow is ignorance and incuriosity, whereon to repose a well-ordered head. End of section 30. Section 31 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Experience, Part 2. I had rather understand myself well in myself than in Cicero. Of the experience I have of myself, I find enough to make me wise, if I were but a good scholar. Whoever will call to mind the excess of his past anger, and to what a degree that fever transported him, will see the deformity of this passion better than in Aristotle, and conceive a more just hatred against it. Whoever will remember the ills he has undergone, those that have threatened him, and the light occasions that have removed him from one state to another, will by that prepare himself for future changes, and the knowledge of his condition. The life of Caesar has no greater example for us than our own. Though popular and of command, 'tis still a life subject to all human accidents. Let us but listen to it. We apply to ourselves all whereof we have principal need. Whoever shall call to memory how many and many times he has been mistaken in his own judgment, is he not a great fool if he does not ever after suspect it? When I find myself convinced, by the reason of another, of a false opinion, I do not so much learn what he has said to me that is new, and the particular ignorance, that would be no great acquisition, as, in general, I learn my own debility and the treachery of my understanding, whence I extract the reformation of the whole mass. In all my other errors I do the same, and find from this rule great utility to life. I regard not the species and individual as a stone that I have stumbled at. I learn to suspect my steps throughout, and am careful to place them right. To learn that a man has said or done a foolish thing is nothing. A man must learn that he is nothing but a fool, a much more ample and important instruction. The false steps that my memory has so often made, even then when it was most secure and confident of itself, are not idly thrown away. It vainly swears and assures me I shake my ears. The first opposition that is made to its testimony puts me into suspense, and I durst not rely upon it in anything of moment, nor warrant it in another person's concerns. And were it not that what I do for want of memory, others do more often for want of good faith, I should always, in matter of fact, rather choose to take the truth from another's mouth than from my own. If every one would pry into the effects and circumstances of the passions that sway him, as I have done into those which I am most subject to, he would see them coming, and would a little break their impetuosity and career. They do not always seize us on a sudden; there is threatening and degrees. Fluctus uti primo cepit, cum albescere vento, paulatim se tollit mare, et altias undas erigit, inde immo consurgit ad aetera fundo. As with the first wind the sea begins to foam, and swells, thence higher swells, and higher raises the waves, till the ocean rises from its depths to the sky. Aeneid, 7, 528. Judgment holds in me a magisterial seat; at least it carefully endeavours to make it so. It leaves my appetites to take their own course, hatred and friendship, nay, even that I bear to myself, without change or corruption. If it cannot reform the other parts according to its own model, at least it suffers not itself to be corrupted by them, but plays its game apart. The advice to every one, to know themselves, should be of important effect, since that God of wisdom and light caused it to be written on the front of his temple at Delphi, as comprehending all he had to advise us. Plato says also, that prudence is no other thing than the execution of this ordinance; and Socrates minutely verifies it in Xenophon. The difficulties and obscurity are not discerned in any science, but by those who are got into it; for a certain degree of intelligence is required to be able to know that a man knows not, and we must push against a door to know whether it be bolted against us or no. Whence this Platonic subtlety springs, that neither they who know are to enquire, forasmuch as they know; nor they who do not know, forasmuch as to enquire they must know what they enquire of. So in this, of knowing a man's self, that every man is seen so resolved and satisfied with himself, that every man thinks himself sufficiently intelligent, signifies that every one knows nothing about the matter; as Socrates gives Euthydemus to understand. I, who profess nothing else, therein find so infinite a depth and variety, that all the fruit I have reaped from my learning serves only to make me sensible how much I have to learn. To my weakness, so often confessed, I owe the propension I have to modesty, to the obedience of belief prescribed me, to a constant coldness and moderation of opinions, and a hatred of that troublesome and wrangling arrogance, wholly believing and trusting in itself, the capital enemy of discipline and truth. Do but hear them domineer, the first fopperies they utter, 'tis in the style wherewith men establish religions and laws. Nihil est turpius, quam cognitioni et perceptioni, assertionem approbationemque praecurrere. Nothing is worse than that assertion and decision should precede knowledge and perception. Cicero, Academica, 1:13. Aristarchus said that anciently there were scarce 7 sages to be found in the world, and in his time scarce so many fools. Have not we more reason than he to say so in this age of ours? Affirmation and obstinacy are express signs of want of wit. This fellow may have knocked his nose against the ground 100 times in a day, yet he will be at his ergos as resolute and sturdy as before. You would say he had had some new soul and vigour of understanding infused into him since, and that it happened to him, as to that ancient son of the earth, who took fresh courage and vigour by his fall. Cui cum te tigere parentem, jam defecta vigent renovato robore membra. Whose broken limbs, when they touched his mother earth, immediately new force acquired. Lucan, 4, 599. Does not this incorrigible coxcomb think that he assumes a new understanding by undertaking a new dispute? 'Tis by my own experience that I accuse human ignorance, which is, in my opinion, the surest part of the world's school. Such as will not conclude it in themselves, by so vain an example as mine or their own, let them believe it from Socrates, the master of masters. For the philosopher Antisthenes said to his disciples, "Let us go and hear Socrates; there I will be a pupil with you." And maintaining this doctrine of the Stoic sect, that virtue was sufficient to make a life completely happy, having no need of any other thing whatever. Except of the force of Socrates, added he. That long attention that I employ in considering myself also fits me to judge tolerably enough of others. And there are few things whereof I speak better, and with better excuse. I happen very often more exactly to see and distinguish the qualities of my friends than they do themselves. I have astonished some with the pertinence of my description, and have given them warning of themselves. By having from my infancy been accustomed to contemplate my own life in those of others, I have acquired a complexion studious in that particular; and when I am once intent upon it, I let few things about me, whether countenances, humours, or discourses, that serve to that purpose, escape me. I study all, both what I am to avoid and what I am to follow. Also in my friends I discover by their productions their inward inclinations, not by arranging this infinite variety of so diverse and unconnected actions into certain species and chapters, and distinctly distributing my parcels and divisions under known heads and classes. Sed neque quam multae species, nec nomine quae sint, est numerus. but neither can we enumerate how many kinds there are, or what are their names. Virgil, Georgicon, 2, 103. The wise speak and deliver their fancies more specifically, and piece by piece. I, who see no further into things than as use informs me, present mine generally, without rule, and experimentally. I pronounce my opinion by disjointed articles, as a thing that cannot be spoken at once and in gross. Relation and conformity are not to be found in such low and common souls as ours. Wisdom is a solid and entire building, of which every piece keeps its place and bears its mark. Sola sapientia in se tota conversa est. Wisdom only is wholly within itself. Cicero, De Finibus, 3, 7. I leave it to artists, and I know not whether or no they will be able to bring it about in so perplexed, minute, and fortuitous a thing, to marshal into distinct bodies this infinite diversity of faces, to settle our inconstancy, and set it in order. I do not only find it hard to piece our actions to one another, but I moreover find it hard properly to design each by itself by any principal quality, so ambiguous and veriform they are with diverse lights. That which is remarked for rare in Perseus, king of Macedon, that his mind, fixing itself to no one condition, wandered in all sorts of living, and represented manners so wild and erratic that it was neither known to himself or any other what kind of man he was, seems almost to fit all the world, and especially I have seen another of his make, to whom I think this conclusion might more properly be applied. No moderate settledness, still running headlong from one extreme to another, upon occasions not to be guessed at. No line of path without traverse and wonderful contrariety, no one quality simple and unmixed, so that the best guess men can one day make will be, that he affected and studied to make himself known by being not to be known. A man had need have sound ears to hear himself frankly criticized; and as there are few who can endure to hear it without being nettled, those who hazard the undertaking it to us manifest a singular effect of friendship; for 'tis to love sincerely indeed, to venture to wound and offend us for our own good. I think it harsh to judge a man whose ill qualities are more than his good ones. Plato requires 3 things in him who will examine the soul of another: knowledge, benevolence, boldness. I was sometimes asked what I should have thought myself fit for, had any one designed to make use of me while I was of suitable years. Dum melior vires sanguis dabat, aemula nec dum temporibus geminis canebat sparsa senectus. Whilst better blood gave me vigour, and before envious old age whitened and thinned my temples. Aeneid, 5, 415. For nothing, said I, and I willingly excuse myself from knowing anything which enslaves me to others. But I had told the truth to my master, and had regulated his manners, if he had so pleased, not in gross, by scholastic lessons, which I understand not, and from which I see no true reformation spring in those that do, but by observing them by leisure, at all opportunities, and simply and naturally judging them, as an eye-witness, distinctly one by one; giving him to understand upon what terms he was in the common opinion, in opposition to his flatterers. There is none of us who would not be worse than kings, if so continually corrupted as they are with that sort of canaille. How, if Alexander, that great king and philosopher, cannot defend himself from them? I should have had fidelity, judgment, and freedom enough for that purpose. It would be a nameless office, otherwise it would lose its grace and its effect, and 'tis a part that is not indifferently fit for all men; for truth itself has not the privilege to be spoken at all times and indiscriminately. Its use, noble as it is, has its circumspections and limits. It often falls out, as the world goes, that a man lets it slip into the ear of a prince, not only to no purpose, but moreover injuriously and unjustly; and no man shall make me believe that a virtuous remonstrance may not be viciously applied, and that the interest of the substance is not often to give way to that of the form. For such a purpose, I would have a man who is content with his own fortune. Quod sit esse velit, nihilque malit. Who is pleased with what he is, and desires nothing further. Martial, 10, 2, 18. And of moderate station; forasmuch as, on the one hand, he would not be afraid to touch his master's heart to the quick, for fear by that means of losing his preferment; and, on the other hand, being of no high quality, he would have more easy communication with all sorts of people. I would have this office limited to only one person; for to allow the privilege of his liberty and privacy to many would beget an inconvenient irreverence; and of that one I would above all things require the fidelity of silence. A king is not to be believed when he brags of his constancy in standing the shock of the enemy for his glory, if for his profit and amendment he cannot stand the liberty of a friend's advice, which has no other power but to pinch his ear, the remainder of its effect being still in his own hands. Now, there is no condition of men whatever who stand in so great need of true and free advice and warning as they do. They sustain a public life, and have to satisfy the opinion of so many spectators, that, as those about them conceal from them whatever should divert them from their own way, they insensibly find themselves involved in the hatred and detestation of their people, often upon occasions which they might have avoided without any prejudice even of their pleasures themselves, had they been advised and set right in time. Their favourites commonly have more regard to themselves than to their master. And indeed it answers with them, forasmuch as, in truth, most offices of real friendship, when applied to the sovereign, are under a rude and dangerous hazard, so that therein there is great need, not only of very great affection and freedom, but of courage too. In fine, all this hodgepodge which I scribble here is nothing but a register of the essays of my own life, which, for the internal soundness, is exemplary enough to take instruction against the grain. But as to bodily health, no man can furnish out more profitable experience than I, who present it pure, and no way corrupted and changed by art or opinion. Experience is properly upon its own dunghill in the subject of physic, where reason wholly gives it place. Tiberius said that whoever had lived 20 years ought to be responsible to himself for all things that were hurtful or wholesome to him, and know how to order himself without physic. And he might have learned it of Socrates, who, advising his disciples to be solicitous of their health as a chief study, added that it was hard if a man of sense, having a care to his exercise and diet, did not better know than any physician what was good or ill for him. And physic itself professes always to have experience for the test of its operations. So Plato had reason to say that, to be a right physician, it would be necessary that he who would become such should first himself have passed through all the diseases he pretends to cure, and through all the accidents and circumstances whereof he is to judge. 'Tis but reason they should get the pox, if they will know how to cure it. For my part, I should put myself into such hands. The others but guide us, like him who paints seas and rocks and ports, sitting at table, and there makes the model of a ship sailing in all security. But put him to the work itself, he knows not at which end to begin. They make such a description of our maladies as a town crier does of a lost horse or dog, such a colour, such a height, such an ear; but bring it to him, and he knows it not, for all that. If physic should one day give me some good and visible relief, then truly I will cry out in good earnest, tandem efficaci do manus scientiae. Show me an efficacious science, and I will take it by the hand. Horace, 17:1. The arts that promise to keep our bodies and souls in health promise a great deal; but withal there are none that less keep their promise. And in our time, those who make profession of these arts amongst us less manifest the effects than any other sort of men. One may say of them, at the most, that they sell medicinal drugs, but that they are physicians a man cannot say. I have lived long enough to be able to give an account of the custom that has carried me so far. For him who has a mind to try it, as his taster, I have made the experiment. Here are some of the articles, as my memory shall supply me with them. I have no custom that has not varied according to circumstances, but I only record those that I have been best acquainted with, and that hitherto have had the greatest possession of me. My form of life is the same in sickness as in health, the same bed, the same hours, the same meat, and even the same drink, serve me in both conditions alike. I add nothing to them but the moderation of more or less, according to my strength and appetite. My health is to maintain my wonted state without disturbance. I see that sickness puts me off it on one side, and if I will be ruled by the physicians, they will put me off on the other; so that by fortune and by art I am out of my way. I believe nothing more certainly than this, that I cannot be hurt by the use of things to which I have been so long accustomed. 'Tis for custom to give a form to a man's life, such as it pleases him. She is all in that. 'Tis the potion of Circe that varies our nature as she best pleases. How many nations, and but 3 steps from us, think the fear of the night dew, that so manifestly is hurtful to us, a ridiculous fancy; and our own watermen and peasants laugh at it. You make a German sick if you lay him upon a mattress, as you do an Italian if you lay him on a feather bed, and a Frenchman if without curtains or fire. A Spanish stomach cannot hold out to eat as we can, nor ours to drink like the Swiss. A German made me very merry at Augsburg by finding fault with our hearths, by the same arguments which we commonly make use of in decrying their stoves. For, to say the truth, the smothered heat, and then the smell of that heated matter of which the fire is composed, very much offend such as are not used to them. Not me, and, indeed, the heat being always equal, constant, and universal, without flame, without smoke, and without the wind that comes down our chimneys, they may many ways sustain comparison with ours. Why do we not imitate the Roman architecture? For they say that anciently fires were not made in the houses, but on the outside, and at the foot of them, whence the heat was conveyed to the whole fabric by pipes contrived in the wall, which were drawn twining about the rooms that were to be warmed; which I have seen plainly described somewhere in Seneca. This German, hearing me commend the conveniences and beauties of his city, which truly deserves it, began to compassionate me that I had to leave it; and the first inconvenience he alleged to me was, the heaviness of head that the chimneys elsewhere would bring upon me. He had heard some one make this complaint, and fixed it upon us, being by custom deprived of the means of perceiving it at home. All heat that comes from the fire weakens and dulls me. Joenus said that fire was the best condiment of life. I rather choose any other way of making myself warm. We are afraid to drink our wines when toward the bottom of the cask. In Portugal, those fumes are reputed delicious, and it is the beverage of princes. In short, every nation has many customs and usages that are not only unknown to other nations, but savage and miraculous in their sight? What should we do with those people who admit of no evidence that is not in print, who believe not men if they are not in a book, nor truth if it be not of competent age? We dignify our fopperies when we commit them to the press. 'Tis of a great deal more weight to say, I have read such a thing, than if you only say, I have heard such a thing. But I, who no more disbelieve a man's mouth than his pen, and who know that men write as indiscreetly as they speak, and who look upon this age as one that is past, as soon quote a friend as Aulus Gellius or Macrobius, and what I have seen as what they have written. And as 'tis held of virtue, that it is not greater for having continued longer, so do I hold of truth, that for being older it is none the wiser. I often say that it is mere folly that makes us run after foreign and scholastic examples. Their fertility is the same now that it was in the time of Homer and Plato. But is it not that we seek more honor from the quotation than from the truth of the matter in hand? As if it were more to the purpose to borrow our proofs from the shops of Vascosin or Plantin than from what is to be seen in our own village; or else, indeed, that we have not the wit to cull out and make useful what we see before us, and to judge of it clearly enough to draw it into example. For if we say that we want authority to give faith to our testimony, we speak from the purpose. Forasmuch as, in my opinion, of the most ordinary, common, and known things, could we but find out their light, the greatest miracles of nature might be formed, and the most wonderful examples, especially upon the subject of human actions. Now, upon this subject, setting aside the examples I have gathered from books, and what Aristotle says of Andron the Argian, that he travelled over the arid sands of Libya without drinking; a gentleman who has very well behaved himself in several employments, said, in a place where I was, that he had ridden from Madrid to Lisbon in the heat of summer without any drink at all. He is very healthful and vigorous for his age, and has nothing extraordinary in the use of his life but this, to live sometimes 2 or 3 months, nay, a whole year, as he has told me, without drinking. He is sometimes thirsty, but he lets it pass over, and he holds that it is an appetite which easily goes off of itself; and he drinks more out of caprice than either for need or pleasure. Here is another example. 'Tis not long ago that I found one of the learnedest men in France, among those of not inconsiderable fortune, studying in a corner of a hall that they had separated for him with tapestry, and about him a rabble of his servants, full of license. He told me, and Seneca almost says the same of himself, he made an advantage of this hubbub; that beaten with this noise, he so much the more collected and retired himself into himself for contemplation, and that this tempest of voices drove back his thoughts within himself. Being a student at Padua, he had his study so long situated amid the rattle of coaches and the tumult of the square, that he not only formed himself to the contempt, but even to the use of noise, for the service of his studies. Socrates answered Alcibiades, who was astonished how he could endure the perpetual scolding of his wife. "Why," said he, "as those do who are accustomed to the ordinary noise of wheels drawing water. I am quite otherwise. I have a tender head, and easily discomposed. When 'tis bent upon anything, the least buzzing of a fly murders it." End of section 31. Section 32 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Experience, Part 3. Seneca, in his youth, having warmly espoused the example of Sextius, of eating nothing that had died, for a whole year dispensed with such food, and, as he said, with pleasure, and discontinued it that he might not be suspected of taking up this rule from some new religion by which it was prescribed. He adopted in like manner from the precepts of Attalus a custom not to lie upon any sort of bedding that gave way under his weight, and, even to his old age, made use of such as would not yield to any pressure. What the usage of his time made him account roughness, that of ours makes us look upon as effeminacy. Do but observe the difference betwixt the way of living of my labourers and my own. The Scythians and Indians have nothing more remote both from my capacity and my form. I have picked up charity boys to serve me, who soon after have quitted both my kitchen and livery, only that they might return to their former course of life. And I found one afterwards picking mussels out of the sewer for his dinner, whom I could neither by entreaties nor threats reclaim from the sweetness he found in indigence. Beggars have their magnificences and delights, as well as the rich, and, 'tis said, their dignities and polities. These are the effects of custom. She can mould us not only into what form she pleases. The sages say we ought to apply ourselves to the best, which she will soon make easy to us; but also to change and variation, which is the most noble and most useful instruction of all she teaches us. The best of my bodily conditions is that I am flexible and not very obstinate. I have inclinations more my own and ordinary, and more agreeable than others, but I am diverted from them with very little ado, and easily slip into a contrary course. A young man ought to cross his own rules, to awaken his vigour, and to keep it from growing faint and rusty; and there is no course of life so weak and sottish as that which is carried on by rule and discipline. Ad primum lapidem vectari cum placet, hora sumitur ex libro, si prurit frictus ocelli, angulus inspecta genesi, colliria quaerit. When he is pleased to have himself carried to the first milestone, the hour is chosen from the almanac. If he but rub the corner of his eye, his horoscope having been examined, he seeks the aid of salves. Juvenal, 6, 576. He shall often throw himself even into excesses if he will take my advice. Otherwise, the least debauch will destroy him, and render him troublesome and disagreeable in company. The worst quality in a well-bred man is over-fastidiousness, and an obligation to a certain particular way; and it is particular, if not pliable and supple. It is a kind of reproach not to be able, or not to dare, to do what we see those about us do. Let such as these stop at home. It is in every man unbecoming, but in a soldier vicious and intolerable, who, as Philopoemen said, ought to accustom himself to every variety and inequality of life. Though I have been brought up, as much as was possible, to liberty and independence, yet so it is that, growing old, and having by indifference more settled upon certain forms, my age is now past instruction, and has henceforward nothing to do but to keep itself up as well as it can. Custom has already, ere I was aware, so imprinted its character in me in certain things, that I look upon it as a kind of excess to leave them off, and, without a force upon myself, cannot sleep in the daytime, nor eat between meals, nor breakfast, nor go to bed without a great interval betwixt eating and sleeping, as of 3 hours after supper, nor get children but before I sleep, nor get them standing, nor endure my own sweat, nor quench my thirst either with pure water or pure wine, nor keep my head long bare, nor cut my hair after dinner; and I should be as uneasy without my gloves as without my shirt, or without washing when I rise from table or out of my bed; and I could not lie without a canopy and curtains, as if they were essential things. I could dine without a tablecloth, but without a clean napkin, after the German fashion, very incommodiously. I foul them more than the Germans or Italians do, and make but little use either of spoon or fork. I complain that they did not keep up the fashion, begun after the example of kings, to change our napkin at every service, as they do our plate. We are told of that laborious soldier Marius, that, growing old, he became nice in his drink, and never drank but out of a particular cup of his own. I, in like manner, have suffered myself to fancy a certain form of glasses, and not willingly to drink in common glasses, no more than from a strange common hand. All metal offends me in comparison of a clear and transparent matter. Let my eyes taste too, according to their capacity. I owe several other such niceties to custom. Nature has also, on the other side, helped me to some of hers, as not to be able to endure more than 2 full meals in one day without overcharging my stomach, nor a total abstinence from one of those meals without filling myself with wind, drying up my mouth, and dulling my appetite. The finding great inconvenience from overmuch evening air; for of late years, in night marches, which often happen to be all night long, after 5 or 6 hours my stomach begins to be queasy, with a violent pain in my head, so that I always vomit before the day can break. When the others go to breakfast, I go to sleep, and when I rise, I am as brisk and gay as before. I had always been told that the night dew never rises but in the beginning of the night, but for some years past, long and familiar intercourse with a lord, possessed with the opinion that the night dew is more sharp and dangerous about the declining of the sun, an hour or 2 before it sets, which he carefully avoids, and despises that of the night, he almost impressed upon me, not so much his reasoning as his experiences. What, shall mere doubt and inquiry strike our imagination so as to change us? Such as absolutely and on a sudden give way to these propensions, draw total destruction upon themselves. I am sorry for several gentlemen who, through the folly of their physicians, have in their youth and health wholly shut themselves up. It were better to endure a cough than, by disuse, for ever to lose the commerce of common life in things of so great utility. Malignant science, to interdict us the most pleasant hours of the day! Let us keep our possession to the last. For the most part, a man hardens himself by being obstinate, and corrects his constitution, as Caesar did the falling sickness, by dint of contempt. A man should addict himself to the best rules, but not enslave himself to them, except to such, if there be any such, where obligation and servitude are of profit. Both kings and philosophers go to stool, and ladies too. Public lives are bound to ceremony. Mine, that is obscure and private, enjoys all natural dispensation. Soldier and Gascon are also qualities a little subject to indiscretion. Wherefore I shall say of this act of relieving nature, that it is desirable to refer it to certain prescribed and nocturnal hours, and compel one's self to this by custom, as I have done, but not to subject oneself, as I have done in my declining years, to a particular convenience of place and seat for that purpose, and make it troublesome by long sitting. And yet, in the fouler offices, is it not in some measure excusable to require more care and cleanliness? Natura homo mundum et elegans animal est. Man is by nature a clean and delicate creature. Seneca, Epistle 92. Of all the actions of nature, I am the most impatient of being interrupted in that. I have seen many soldiers troubled with the unruliness of their bellies, whereas mine and I never fail of our punctual assignation, which is at leaping out of bed, if some indispensable business or sickness does not molest us. I think then, as I said before, that sick men cannot better place themselves anywhere in more safety than in sitting still in that course of life wherein they have been bred and trained up. Change, be it what it will, distempers and puts one out. Do you believe that chestnuts can hurt a Perigordin or a Lucchese, or milk and cheese the mountain people? We enjoin them not only a new, but a contrary method of life, a change that the healthful cannot endure. Prescribe water to a Breton of 70. Shut a seaman up in a stove. Forbid a Basque footman to walk. You will deprive them of motion, and, in the end, of air and light. An vivere tanti est, cogimur a suetis animum suspendere rebus, atque, ut vivamus, vivere desinimus. Hos super esse reor, quibus et spirabilis aer, et lux, qua regimur, reditur ipsa gravis. Is life worth so much? We are compelled to withhold the mind from things to which we are accustomed, and that we may live, we cease to live. Do I conceive that they still live to whom the respirable air and the light itself, by which we are governed, is rendered oppressive? Pseudo-Gallus, Eclogues, 1, 155, 247. If they do no other good, they do this at least, that they prepare patients betimes for death, by little and little undermining and cutting off the use of life. Both well and sick, I have ever willingly suffered myself to obey the appetites that pressed upon me. I give great rein to my desires and propensities. I do not love to cure one disease by another. I hate remedies that are more troublesome than the disease itself. To be subject to the colic, and subject to abstain from eating oysters, are two evils instead of one. The disease torments us on the one side, and the remedy on the other. Since we are ever in danger of mistaking, let us rather run the hazard of a mistake after we have had the pleasure. The world proceeds quite the other way, and thinks nothing profitable that is not painful. It has great suspicion of facility. My appetite in various things has of its own accord happily enough accommodated itself to the health of my stomach. Relish and pungency in sauces were pleasant to me when young, my stomach disliking them since, my taste incontinently followed. Wine is hurtful to sick people, and 'tis the first thing that my mouth then finds distasteful, and with an invincible dislike. Whatever I take against my liking does me harm, and nothing hurts me that I eat with appetite and delight. I never received harm by any action that was very pleasant to me, and accordingly have made all medicinal conclusions largely give way to my pleasure, and I have when I was young, quem curcum cursans huc atque huc saepe cupido fulgebat crocina splendidus in tunica. When Cupid, fluttering round me here and there, shone in his rich purple mantle. Catullus, 66, 133. Given myself the rein, as licentiously and inconsiderately, to the desire that was predominant in me, as any other whomsoever. Et militavi non sine gloria. And I have played the soldier not ingloriously. Horace, Odes, 3, 26, 2. Yet more in continuation and holding out than in sally. Sex me vix memini sustinuisse vices. I can scarcely remember 6 bouts in one night. Ovid, Amores, 3, 7, 26. 'Tis certainly a misfortune and a miracle at once to confess at what a tender age I first came under the subjection of love. It was indeed by chance, for it was long before the years of choice or knowledge. I do not remember myself so far back, and my fortune may well be coupled with that of Quartilla, who could not remember when she was a maid. Inde tragus celeresque pili mirandaque matri barba meae. Thence the odour of the armpits, the precocious hair, and the beard which astonished my mother. Martial, 11, 22, 7. Physicians modify their rules according to the violent longings that happen to sick persons, ordinarily with good success. This great desire cannot be imagined so strange and vicious, but that nature must have a hand in it. And then how easy a thing is it to satisfy the fancy? In my opinion, this part wholly carries it at least above all the rest. The most grievous and ordinary evils are those that fancy loads us with. This Spanish saying pleases me in several aspects. Defiéndeme Dios de mí. God defend me from myself. I am sorry when I am sick that I have not some longing that might give me the pleasure of satisfying it. All the rules of physic would hardly be able to divert me from it. I do the same when I am well. I can see very little more to be hoped or wished for. 'Twere pity a man should be so weak and languishing as not to have even wishing left to him. The art of physic is not so fixed that we need be without authority for whatever we do. It changes according to climates and moons, according to Fernel and to Scaliger. If your physician does not think it good for you to sleep, to drink wine, or to eat such and such meats, never trouble yourself. I will find you another that shall not be of his opinion. The diversity of medical arguments and opinions embraces all sorts and forms. I saw a miserable sick person panting and burning for thirst, that he might be cured, who was afterwards laughed at for his pains by another physician, who condemned that advice as prejudicial to him. Had he not tormented himself to good purpose? There lately died of the stone a man of that profession, who had made use of extreme abstinence to contend with his disease. His fellow physicians say that, on the contrary, this abstinence had dried him up and baked the gravel in his kidneys. I have observed that both in wounds and sicknesses, speaking discomposes and hurts me, as much as any irregularity I can commit. My voice pains and tires me, for 'tis loud and forced; so that when I have gone to a whisper some great persons about affairs of consequence, they have often desired me to moderate my voice. This story is worth a diversion. Some one in a certain Greek school speaking loud as I do, the master of the ceremonies sent to him to speak softly. "Tell him then he must send me," replied the other, the tone he would have me speak in. To which the other replied, that he should take the tone from the ears of him to whom he spake. It was well said, if it is to be understood, speak according to the affair you are speaking about to your auditor. For if it mean, 'tis sufficient that he hear you, or govern yourself by him, I do not find it to be reason. The tone and motion of my voice carries with it a great deal of the expression and signification of my meaning, and 'tis I who am to govern it to make myself understood. There is a voice to instruct, a voice to flatter, and a voice to reprehend. I will not only that my voice reach him, but, peradventure, that it strike and pierce him. When I rate my valet with sharp and bitter language, it would be very pretty for him to say, "Pray, master, speak lower. I hear you very well." Est quaedam vox ad auditum accommodata, non magnitudine, sed proprietate. There is a certain voice accommodated to the hearing, not by its loudness, but by its propriety. Quintilian 11:3. Speaking is half his who speaks, and half his who hears. The latter ought to prepare himself to receive it, according to its bias. As with tennis players, he who receives the ball shifts and prepares, according as he sees him move who strikes the stroke, and according to the stroke itself. Experience has, moreover, taught me this, that we ruin ourselves by impatience. Evils have their life and limits, their diseases and their recovery. The constitution of maladies is formed by the pattern of the constitution of animals. They have their fortune and their days limited from their birth. He who attempts imperiously to cut them short by force in the middle of their course, lengthens and multiplies them, and incenses instead of appeasing them. I am of Crantor's opinion, that we are neither obstinately and deafly to oppose evils, nor succumb to them from want of courage, but that we are naturally to give way to them, according to their condition and our own. We ought to grant free passage to diseases. I find they stay less with me who let them alone, and I have lost some reputed the most tenacious and obstinate by their own decay, without help and without art, and contrary to its rules. Let us a little permit nature to take her own way; she better understands her own affairs than we. But such an one died of it, and so shall you; if not of that disease, of another. And how many have not escaped dying, who have had 3 physicians at their tails? Example is a vague and universal mirror, and of various reflections. If it be a delicious medicine, take it; 'tis always so much present good. I will never stick at the name nor the colour, if it be pleasant and grateful to the palate. Pleasure is one of the chiefest kinds of profit. I have suffered colds, gouty defluxions, relaxations, palpitations of the heart, megrims, and other accidents, to grow old and die in time a natural death. I have so lost them when I was half fit to keep them. They are sooner prevailed upon by courtesy than huffing. We must patiently suffer the laws of our condition. We are born to grow old, to grow weak, and to be sick in despite of all medicine. 'Tis the first lesson the Mexicans teach their children. So soon as ever they are born, they thus salute them: Thou art come into the world, child, to endure. Endure, suffer, and say nothing. 'Tis injustice to lament that which has befallen any one, which may befall every one. Indignare si quid in te inique proprie constitutum est. Then be angry when there is anything unjustly decreed against thee alone. Seneca, Epistle 91. See an old man who begs of God that he will maintain his health vigorous and entire, that is to say, that he restore him to youth. Stulte, quid haec frustra votis puerilibus optas. Fool, why do you vainly form these puerile wishes? Ovid, Tristia, 3, 8, 11. Is it not folly? His condition is not capable of it. The gout, the stone, and indigestion are symptoms of long years, as heat, rains, and winds are of long journeys. Plato does not believe that Asclepius troubled himself to provide by regimen to prolong life in a weak and wasted body, useless to his country and to his profession, or to beget healthful and robust children, and does not think this care suitable to the divine justice and prudence, which is to direct all things to utility. My good friend, your business is done. Nobody can restore you. They can at the most but patch you up, and prop you a little, and by that means prolong your misery an hour or two. Non secus instantem cupiens fulcire ruinam, diversis contra nititur obiecibus, donec certa dies, omni compage soluta ipsum cum rebus subruat auxilium. Like one who, desiring to stay an impending ruin, places various props against it, till, in a short time, the house, the props, and all, giving way, fall together. Pseudo Gallus, 1, 171. We must learn to suffer what we cannot evade. Our life, like the harmony of the world, is composed of contrary things, of diverse tones, sweet and harsh, sharp and flat, sprightly and solemn. The musician who should only affect some of these, what would he be able to do? He must know how to make use of them all, and to mix them. And so we should mingle the goods and evils which are consubstantial with our life. Our being cannot subsist without this mixture, and the one part is no less necessary to it than the other. To attempt to combat natural necessity is to represent the folly of Ctesiphon, who undertook to kick with his mule. Plutarch, How to Restrain Anger, chapter 8. I consult little about the alterations I feel, for these doctors take advantage. When they have you at their mercy, they surfeit your ears with their prognostics, and, formerly surprising me, weakened with sickness, injuriously handled me with their dogmas and magisterial fopperies, one while menacing me with great pains, and another with approaching death. Hereby I was indeed moved and shaken, but not subdued nor jostled from my place. And though my judgment was neither altered nor distracted, yet it was at least disturbed. 'Tis always agitation and combat. End of section 32. Section 33 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Experience, Part 4. Now, I use my imagination as gently as I can, and would discharge it, if I could, of all trouble and contest. A man must assist, flatter, and deceive it, if he can. My mind is fit for that office. It needs no appearances throughout. Could it persuade as it preaches, it would successfully relieve me. Will you have an example? It tells me that 'tis for my good to have the stone, that the structure of my age must naturally suffer some decay, and it is now time it should begin to disjoin, and to confess a breach. 'Tis a common necessity, and there is nothing in it either miraculous or new. I therein pay what is due to old age, and I cannot expect a better bargain. That society ought to comfort me, being fallen into the most common infirmity of my age. I see everywhere men tormented with the same disease, and am honoured by the fellowship, forasmuch as men of the best quality are most frequently afflicted with it. 'Tis a noble and dignified disease. That of such as are struck with it, few have it to a less degree of pain. That these are put to the trouble of a strict diet and the daily taking of nauseous potions, whereas I owe my better state purely to my good fortune. For some ordinary broths of eringo or burstwort that I have twice or thrice taken to oblige the ladies, who, with greater kindness than my pain was sharp, would needs present me half of theirs, seemed to me equally easy to take and fruitless in operation. The others have to pay 1,000 vows to Asclepius, and as many crowns to their physicians, for the voiding a little gravel, which I often do by the aid of nature. Even the decorum of my countenance is not disturbed in company, and I can hold my water 10 hours, and as long as any man in health. The fear of this disease, says my mind, formerly affrighted thee, when it was unknown to thee. The cries and despairing groans of those who make it worse by their impatience begot a horror in thee. 'Tis an infirmity that punishes the members by which thou hast most offended. Thou art a conscientious fellow. Quae venit indigne poena, dolenda venit. We are entitled to complain of a punishment that we have not deserved. Ovid, Heroides, 5, 8. Consider this chastisement. 'Tis very easy in comparison of others, and inflicted with a paternal tenderness. Do but observe how late it comes. It only seizes on and incommodes that part of thy life which is, one way and another, sterile and lost, having, as it were by composition, given time for the licence and pleasures of thy youth. The fear and the compassion that the people have of this disease, serve thee for matter of glory? A quality whereof, if thou hast thy judgment purified, and that thy reason has somewhat cured it, thy friends notwithstanding, discern some tincture in thy complexion. 'Tis a pleasure to hear it said of one's self, what strength of mind, what patience! Thou art seen to sweat with pain, to turn pale and red, to tremble, to vomit blood, to suffer strange contractions and convulsions, at times to let great tears drop from thine eyes, to urine thick, black, and dreadful water, or to have it suppressed by some sharp and craggy stone that cruelly pricks and tears the neck of the bladder, whilst all the while thou entertainest the company with an ordinary countenance, droning by fits with thy people, making one in a continuous discourse, now and then making excuse for thy pain, and representing thy suffering less than it is. Dost thou call to mind the men of past times, who so greedily sought diseases to keep their virtue in breath and exercise? Put the case that nature sets thee on, and impels thee to this glorious school, into which thou wouldst never have entered of thy own free will. If thou tellest me that it is a dangerous and mortal disease, what others are not so? For 'tis a physical cheat to expect any that they say do not go direct to death. What matters if they go thither by accident, or if they easily slide and slip into the path that leads us to it? But thou dost not die because thou art sick; thou diest because thou art living. Death kills thee without the help of sickness, and sickness has deferred death in some, who have lived longer by reason that they thought themselves always dying; to which may be added, that as in wounds, so in diseases, some are medicinal and wholesome. The stone is often no less long-lived than you. We see men with whom it has continued from their infancy even to their extreme old age; and if they had not broken company, it would have been with them longer still. You more often kill it than it kills you; and though it should present to you the image of approaching death, were it not a good office to a man of such an age to put him in mind of his end? And, which is worse, thou hast no longer anything that should make thee desire to be cured. Whether or no, common necessity will soon call thee away. Do but consider how skilfully and gently she puts thee out of concern with life, and weans thee from the world, not forcing thee with a tyrannical subjection, like so many other infirmities which thou seest old men afflicted withal, that hold them in continual torment, and keep them in perpetual and unintermitted weakness and pains, but by warnings and instructions at intervals, intermixing long pauses of repose, as it were to give thee opportunity to meditate and ruminate upon thy lesson at thy own ease and leisure; to give thee means to judge aright, and to assume the resolution of a man of courage, it presents to thee the state of thy entire condition, both in good and evil; and one while a very cheerful, and another an insupportable life, in one and the same day. If thou embracest not death, at least thou shakest hands with it once a month. whence thou hast more cause to hope that it will one day surprise thee without menace, and that being so often conducted to the waterside, but still thinking thyself to be upon the accustomed terms, thou and thy confidence will at one time or another be unexpectedly wafted over. A man cannot reasonably complain of diseases that fairly divide the time with health. I am obliged to fortune for having so often assaulted me with the same sort of weapons. She forms and fashions me by use, hardens and habituates me, so that I can know within a little for how much I shall be quit. For want of natural memory, I make one of paper, and as any new symptom happens in my disease, I set it down, whence it falls out that, having now almost passed through all sorts of examples, if anything striking threatens me, turning over these little loose notes, as the Sibylline leaves, I never fail of finding matter of consolation from some favorable prognostic in my past experience. Custom also makes me hope better for the time to come; for the conduct of this clearing out having so long continued, 'tis to be believed that nature will not alter her course, and that no other worse accident will happen than what I already feel. And besides, the condition of this disease is not unsuitable to my prompt and sudden complexion. When it assaults me gently, I am afraid, for 'tis then for a great while; but it has naturally brisk and vigorous excesses. It claws me to purpose for a day or two. My kidneys held out an age without alteration, and I have almost now lived another since they changed their state. Evils have their periods as well as benefits; peradventure the infirmity draws towards an end. Age weakens the heat of my stomach, and its digestion being less perfect, sends this crude matter to my kidneys. Why, at a certain revolution, may not the heat of my kidneys be also abated, so that they can no more petrify my phlegm, and nature find out some other way of purgation? Years have evidently helped me to drain certain rheums, and why not these excrements which furnish matter for gravel? But is there anything delightful in comparison of this sudden change, when, from an excessive pain, I come, by the voiding of a stone, to recover, as by a flash of lightning, the beautiful light of health, so free and full, as it happens in our sudden and sharpest colics? Is there anything in the pain suffered that one can counterpoise to the pleasure of so sudden an amendment? Oh, how much does health seem the more pleasant to me, after a sickness so near and so contiguous, that I can distinguish them in the presence of one another, in their greatest show; when they appear in emulation, as if to make head against and dispute it with one another; as the Stoics say that vices are profitably introduced to give value to and to set off virtue, we can, with better reason and less temerity of conjecture, say that nature has given us pain for the honour and service of pleasure and indolence. When Socrates, after his fetters were knocked off, felt the pleasure of that itching which the weight of them had caused in his legs, he rejoiced to consider the strict alliance betwixt pain and pleasure, how they are linked together by a necessary connection, so that by turns they follow and mutually beget one another, and cried out to good Aesop that he ought out of this consideration to have taken matter for a fine fable. The worst that I see in other diseases is, that they are not so grievous in their effect as they are in their issue. A man is a whole year in recovering, and all the while full of weakness and fear. There is so much hazard, and so many steps to arrive at safety, that there is no end on't before they have unmuffled you of a kerchief, and then of a cap, before they allow you to walk abroad and take the air, to drink wine, to lie with your wife, to eat melons, 'tis odds you relapse into some new distemper. The stone has this privilege, that it carries itself clean off, whereas the other maladies always leave behind them some impression and alteration that render the body subject to a new disease, and lend a hand to one another. Those are excusable that content themselves with possessing us, without extending farther and introducing their followers. But courteous and kind are those whose passage brings us any profitable issue. Since I have been troubled with the stone, I find myself freed from all other accidents, much more, methinks, than I was before, and have never had any fever since. I argue that the extreme and frequent vomitings that I am subject to purge me, and, on the other hand, my distastes for this and that, and the strange fasts I am forced to keep, digest my peccant humours, and nature, with those stones, voids whatever there is in me superfluous and hurtful. Let them never tell me that it is a medicine too dear bought; for what avail so many stinking draughts, so many caustics, incisions, sweats, cetons, diets, and so many other methods of cure, which often, by reason we are not able to undergo their violence and importunity, bring us to our graves? So that when I have the stone, I look upon it as physic; when free from it, as an absolute deliverance. And here is another particular benefit of my disease, which is, that it almost plays its game by itself, and lets me play mine, if I have only courage to do it. For in its greatest fury I have endured it 10 hours together on horseback. Do but endure only; you need no other regimen. Play, run, dine, do this and t'other, if you can. Your debauch will do you more good than harm. Say as much to one that has the pox, the gout, or hernia. The other diseases have more universal obligations, rack our actions after another kind of manner, disturb our whole order, and to their consideration engage the whole state of life. This only pinches the skin; it leaves the understanding and the will wholly at our own disposal, and the tongue, the hands, and the feet. It rather awakens than stupefies you. The soul is struck with the ardour of a fever, overwhelmed with an epilepsy, and displaced by a sharp megrim, and, in short, astounded by all the diseases that hurt the whole mass and the most noble parts. This never meddles with the soul. If anything goes amiss with her, 'tis her own fault. She betrays, dismounts, and abandons herself. There are none but fools who suffer themselves to be persuaded that this hard and massive body which is baked in our kidneys is to be dissolved by drinks. Wherefore, when it is once stirred, there is nothing to be done but to give it passage, and, for that matter, it will itself make one. I moreover observe this particular convenience in it, that it is a disease wherein we have little to guess at. We are dispensed from the trouble into which other diseases throw us by the uncertainty of their causes, conditions, and progress, a trouble that is infinitely painful. We have no need of consultations and doctoral interpretations. The senses well enough inform us both what it is and where it is. By such like arguments, weak and strong, as Cicero with the disease of his old age, I try to rock asleep and amuse my imagination, and to dress its wounds. If I find them worse to-morrow, I will provide new stratagems. That this is true, I am come to that pass of late, that the least motion forces pure blood out of my kidneys. What of that? I move about, nevertheless, as before, and ride after my hounds with a juvenile and insolent ardour, and hold that I have very good satisfaction for an accident of that importance, when it costs me no more but a dull heaviness and uneasiness in that part. 'Tis some great stone that wastes and consumes the substance of my kidneys and my life, which I by little and little evacuate, not without some natural pleasure, as an excrement henceforward superfluous and troublesome. Now if I feel anything stirring, do not fancy that I trouble myself to consult my pulse or my urine, thereby to put myself upon some annoying prevention. I shall soon enough feel the pain, without making it more and longer by the dis-ease of fear. He who fears he shall suffer, already suffers what he fears. To which may be added that the doubts and ignorance of those who take upon them to expound the designs of nature and her internal progressions, and the many false prognostics of their art, ought to give us to understand that her ways are inscrutable and utterly unknown. There is great uncertainty, variety, and obscurity in what she either promises or threatens. Old age excepted, which is an indubitable sign of the approach of death, in all other accidents I see few signs of the future whereon we may ground our divination. I only judge of myself by actual sensation, not by reasoning. To what end, since I am resolved to bring nothing to it but expectation and patience? Will you know how much I get by this? Observe those who do otherwise, and who rely upon so many diverse persuasions and counsels, how often the imagination presses upon them without any bodily pain. I have many times amused myself, being well and in safety, and quite free from these dangerous attacks, in communicating them to the physicians as then beginning to discover themselves in me. I underwent the decree of their dreadful conclusions, being all the while quite at my ease, and so much the more obliged to the favour of God, and better satisfied of the vanity of this art. There is nothing that ought so much to be recommended to youth as activity and vigilance. Our life is nothing but movement. I bestir myself with great difficulty, and am slow in everything, whether in rising, going to bed, or eating. 7 of the clock in the morning is early for me, and where I rule I never dine before 11, nor sup till after 6. I formerly attributed the cause of the fevers and other diseases I fell into to the heaviness that long sleeping had brought upon me, and have ever repented going to sleep again in the morning. Plato is more angry at excess of sleeping than at excess of drinking. I love to lie hard and alone, even without my wife, as kings do, pretty well covered with clothes. They never warm my bed, but since I have grown old, they give me at need cloths to lay to my feet and stomach. They found fault with the great Scipio that he was a great sleeper, not, in my opinion, for any other reason than that men were displeased that he alone should have nothing in him to be found fault with. If I am anything fastidious in my way of living, 'tis rather in my lying than anything else. But generally I give way, and accommodate myself as well as any one to necessity. Sleeping has taken up a great part of my life, and yet I continue, at the age I now am, to sleep 8 or 9 hours at one breath. I wean myself with utility from this proneness to sloth, and am evidently the better for so doing. I find the change a little hard indeed, but in 3 days 'tis over, and I see but few who live with less sleep when need requires, and who more constantly exercise themselves, or to whom long journeys are less troublesome. My body is capable of a firm, but not of a violent or sudden, agitation. I escape of late from violent exercises, and such as make me sweat. My limbs grow weary before they are warm. I can stand a whole day together, and am never weary of walking. But from my youth I have ever preferred to ride upon paved roads. On foot I get up to the haunches in dirt, and little fellows as I am are subject in the streets to be elbowed and jostled for want of presence. I have ever loved to repose myself, whether sitting or lying, with my heels as high or higher than my seat. There is no profession as pleasant as the military, a profession both noble in its execution, for valor is the stoutest, proudest, and most generous of all virtues, and noble in its cause. There is no utility either more universal or more just than the protection of the peace and greatness of one's country. The company of so many noble, young, and active men delights you, the ordinary sight of so many tragic spectacles, the freedom of the conversation without art, a masculine and unceremonious way of living please you, the variety of 1,000 several actions, the encouraging harmony of martial music that ravishes and inflames both your ears and souls. The honor of this occupation, nay, even its hardships and difficulties, which Plato holds so light that in his Republic he makes women and children share in them, are delightful to you. You put yourself voluntarily upon particular exploits and hazards, according as you judge of their lustre and importance, and a volunteer find even life itself excusably employed. Pulchrumque mori succurrit in armis. 'Tis fine to die sword in hand. And he remembers that it is honorable to die in arms. Aeneid, ii. 317. To fear common dangers that concern so great a multitude of men, not to dare to do what so many sorts of souls, what a whole people dare, is for a heart that is poor and mean beyond all measure. Company encourages even children. If others excel you in knowledge, in gracefulness, in strength, or fortune, you have alternative resources at your disposal. But to give place to them in stability of mind, you can blame no one for that but yourself. Death is more abject, more languishing and troublesome in bed than in a fight; fevers and catarrhs as painful and mortal as a musket shot. Whoever has fortified himself valiantly to bear the accidents of common life need not raise his courage to be a soldier. Vivere, mi Lucili, militare est. To live, my Lucilius, is to make war, to be a soldier. Seneca, Epistle 96. I do not remember that I ever had the itch, and yet scratching is one of nature's sweetest gratifications, and so much at hand; but repentance follows too near. I use it most in my ears, which are at intervals apt to itch. I came into the world with all my senses entire, even to perfection. My stomach is commodiously good, as also is my head and my breath, and for the most part uphold themselves so in the height of fevers. I have passed the age to which some nations, not without reason, have prescribed so just a term of life that they would not suffer men to exceed it; and yet I have some intermissions, though short and inconstant, so clean and sound as to be little inferior to the health and pleasantness of my youth. I do not speak of vigour and sprightliness; 'tis not reason they should follow me beyond their limits. Non hoc amplius est liminis, aut aquae caelestis patiens latus. I am no longer able to stand waiting at a door in the rain. Horace, Odes, 3, 10, 9. My face and eyes presently discover my condition. All my alterations begin there, and appear somewhat worse than they really are. My friends often pity me before I feel the cause in myself. My looking-glass does not frighten me, for even in my youth it has befallen me more than once to have a scurvy complexion and of ill augury, without any great consequence, so that the physicians, not finding any cause within answerable to that outward alteration, attributed it to the mind and to some secret passion that tormented me within. But they were deceived. If my body would govern itself as well according to my rule as my mind does, we should move a little more at our ease. My mind was then not only free from trouble, but, moreover, full of joy and satisfaction, as it commonly is, half by its complexion, half by its design. Nec vitiant artus aegrae contagia mentis. Nor do the troubles of the body ever affect my mind. Ovid, Tristia, 3, 8, 25. I am of the opinion that this temperature of my soul has often raised my body from its lapses. This is often depressed. If the other be not brisk and gay, 'tis at least tranquil and at rest. I had a quartan ague 4 or 5 months, that made me look miserably ill. My mind was always, if not calm, yet pleasant. If the pain be without me, the weakness and languor do not much afflict me. I see various corporal faintings, that beget a horror in me but to name, which yet I should less fear than 1,000 passions and agitations of the mind that I see about me. I make up my mind no more to run; 'tis enough that I can crawl along, nor do I more complain of the natural decadence that I feel in myself. Quis tumidum guttur miratur in Alpibus? Who is surprised to see a swollen goiter in the Alps? Juvenal, 13, 162. Then I regret that my duration shall not be as long and entire as that of an oak. I have no reason to complain of my imagination. I have had few thoughts in my life that have so much as broken my sleep, except those of desire, which have awakened without afflicting me. I dream but seldom, and then of chimeras and fantastic things, commonly produced from pleasant thoughts, and rather ridiculous than sad. And I believe it to be true that dreams are faithful interpreters of our inclinations; but there is art required to sort and understand them. Res, quae in vita usurpant homines, cogitant, curant, vident, quaeque agunt vigilantes, agitantque, ea si cui in somno accidunt, minus mirandum est. 'Tis less wonder what men practise, think, care for, see, and do when waking, should also run in their heads and disturb them when they are asleep; and which affect their feelings, if they happen to any, in sleep. Attius, cited in Cicero, De Divinatione, 1, 22. Plato, moreover, says that 'tis the office of prudence to draw instructions of divination of future things from dreams. I don't know about this, but there are wonderful instances of it that Socrates, Xenophon, and Aristotle, men of irreproachable authority, relate. Historians say that the Atlantes never dream, who also never eat any animal food, which I add, forasmuch as it is, peradventure, the reason why they never dream, for Pythagoras ordered a certain preparation of diet to beget appropriate dreams. Mine are very gentle, without any agitation of body or expression of voice. I have seen several of my time wonderfully disturbed by them. Theon the philosopher walked in his sleep, and so did Pericles' servant, and that upon the tiles and top of the house. I hardly ever choose my dish at table, but take the next at hand, and unwillingly change it for another. A confusion of meats and a clatter of dishes displease me as much as any other confusion. I am easily satisfied with few dishes, and am an enemy to the opinion of Favorinus, that in a feast they should snatch from you the meat you like, and set a plate of another sort before you; and that 'tis a pitiful supper, if you do not sate your guests with the rumps of various fowls, the beccafico only deserving to be all eaten. I usually eat salt meats, yet I prefer bread that has no salt in it, and my baker never sends up other to my table, contrary to the custom of the country. In my infancy, what they had most to correct in me was the refusal of things that children commonly best love, as sugar, sweetmeats, and marchpans. My tutor contended with this aversion to delicate things as a kind of over nicety, and indeed 'tis nothing else but a difficulty of taste in anything it applies itself to. Whoever cures a child of an obstinate liking for brown bread, bacon, or garlic, cures him also of pampering his palate. There are some who affect temperance and plainness by wishing for beef and ham amongst the partridges. 'Tis all very fine, this is the delicacy of the delicate, 'tis the taste of an effeminate fortune that disrelishes ordinary and accustomed things. Per quae luxuria divitiarum taedio ludit, by which the luxury of wealth causes tedium. Seneca, Ep., 18. Not to make good cheer with what another is enjoying, and to be curious in what a man eats, is the essence of this vice. Si modica caenare times olus omne patella. If you can't be content with herbs in a small dish for supper. Horace, Ep., 1, 5, 2. There is indeed this difference, that 'tis better to oblige one's appetite to things that are most easy to be had, but 'tis always vice to oblige oneself. I formerly said a kinsman of mine was over nice, who, by being in our galleys, had unlearned the use of beds, and to undress when he went to sleep. End of section 33. Section 34 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Experience, Part 5. If I had any sons, I should willingly wish them my fortune. The good father that God gave me, who has nothing of me but the acknowledgment of his goodness, but truly 'tis a very hearty one, sent me from my cradle to be brought up in a poor village of his, and there continued me all the while I was at nurse, and still longer, bringing me up to the meanest and most common way of living. Magna pars libertatis est bene moratus venter. A well-governed stomach is a great part of liberty. Seneca, Epistle 123. Never take upon yourselves, and much less give up to your wives, the care of their nurture. Leave the formation to fortune, under popular and natural laws. Leave it to custom to train them up to frugality and hardship, that they may rather descend from rigor than mount up to it. This humour of his yet aimed at another end, to make me familiar with the people and the condition of men who most need our assistance, considering that I should rather regard them who extend their arms to me than those who turn their backs upon me. And for this reason it was that he provided to hold me at the font persons of the meanest fortune, to oblige and attach me to them. Nor has his design succeeded altogether ill, for whether upon the account of the more honour in such a condescension, or out of a natural compassion that has a very great power over me, I have an inclination towards the meaner sort of people. The faction which I should condemn in our wars, I should more sharply condemn flourishing and successful. It will somewhat reconcile me to it when I shall see it miserable and overwhelmed. How willingly do I admire the fine humour of Celonis, daughter and wife to kings of Sparta. Whilst her husband, Cleombrotus, in the commotion of her city, had the advantage over Leonidas her father, she, like a good daughter, stuck close to her father in all his misery and exile, in opposition to the conqueror. But so soon as the chance of war turned, she changed her will with the change of fortune, and bravely turned to her husband's side, whom she accompanied throughout where his ruin carried him; admitting, as it appears to me, no other choice than to cleave to the side that stood most in need of her, and where she could best manifest her compassion. I am naturally more apt to follow the example of Flaminius, who rather gave his assistance to those who had most need of him than to those who had power to do him good, than I do to that of Pyrrhus, who was of an humour to truckle under the great and to domineer over the poor. Long sittings at table both trouble me and do me harm, for, be it that I was so accustomed when a child, I eat all the while I sit. Therefore it is that at my own house, though the meals there are of the shortest, I usually sit down a little while after the rest, after the manner of Augustus; but I do not imitate him in rising also before the rest. On the contrary, I love to sit still a long time after, and to hear them talk, provided I am none of the talkers; for I tire and hurt myself with speaking upon a full stomach, as much as I find it very wholesome and pleasant to argue and to strain my voice before dinner. The ancient Greeks and Romans had more reason than we in setting apart for eating, which is a principal action of life, if they were not prevented by other extraordinary business, many hours and the greatest part of the night, eating and drinking more deliberately than we do, who perform all our actions post haste, and in extending this natural pleasure to more leisure and better use, intermixing with profitable conversation. They whose concern it is to have a care of me may very easily hinder me from eating anything they think will do me harm, for in such matters I never covet nor miss anything I do not see. But withal, if it once comes in my sight, 'tis in vain to persuade me to forbear; so that when I design to fast, I must be kept apart from the suppers, and must have only so much given me as is required for a prescribed collation. For if to table, I forget my resolution. When I order my cook to alter the manner of dressing any dish, all my family know what it means, that my stomach is out of order, and that I shall not touch it. I love to have all meats, that will endure it, very little boiled or roasted, and prefer them very high, and even, as to several, quite gone. Nothing but hardness generally offends me; of any other quality I am as patient and indifferent as any man I have known. So that, contrary to the common humour, even in fish it often happens that I find them both too fresh and too firm; not for want of teeth, which I ever had good, even to excellence, and which age does not now begin to threaten. I have always been used every morning to rub them with a napkin, and before and after dinner. God is favourable to those whom he makes to die by degrees; 'tis the only benefit of old age; the last death will be so much the less painful, it will kill but a half or a quarter of a man. There is one tooth lately fallen out without drawing and without pain; it was the natural term of its duration. In that part of my being, and several others, are already dead, others half dead, of those that were most active, and in the first rank during my vigorous years. 'Tis so I melt and steal away from myself. What a folly it would be in my understanding to apprehend the height of this fall, already so much advanced, as if it were from the very top. I hope I shall not. I, in truth, receive a principal consolation in meditating my death, that it will be just and natural, and that henceforward I cannot herein either require or hope from destiny any other but unlawful favour. Men make themselves believe that we formerly had longer lives as well as greater stature; but they deceive themselves, and Solon, who was of those elder times, limits the duration of life to 70 years. I, who have so much and so universally adored that "the mean is best" of the past time, and who have concluded the most moderate measures to be the most perfect, shall I pretend to an immeasurable and prodigious old age? Whatever happens contrary to the course of nature may be troublesome, but what comes according to her should always be pleasant. Omnia quae secundum naturam fiunt, sunt habenda in bonis. All things that are done according to nature are to be accounted good. Cicero, De Senectute, chapter 19. And so, says Plato, the death which is occasioned by wounds and diseases is violent, but that which comes upon us, old age conducting us to it, is of all others the most easy, and in some sort delicious. Vitam adolescentibus vis aufert, senibus maturitas. Young men are taken away by violence, old men by maturity. Cicero, Ubi supra. Death mixes and confounds itself throughout with life. Decay anticipates its hour, and shoulders itself even into the course of our advance. I have portraits of myself taken at 25 and 35 years of age. I compare them with that lately drawn. How many times is it no longer me? How much more is my present image unlike the former than unlike my dying one? It is too much to abuse nature, to make her trot so far that she must be forced to leave us, and abandon our conduct, our eyes, teeth, legs, and all the rest to the mercy of a foreign and haggard countenance, and to resign us into the hands of art, being weary of following us herself. I am not excessively fond either of salads or fruits, except melons. My father hated all sorts of sauces. I love them all. Eating too much hurts me, but as to the quality of what I eat, I do not yet certainly know that any sort of meat disagrees with me. Neither have I observed that either full moon or decrease, autumn or spring, have any influence upon me. We have in us motions that are inconstant and unknown. For example, I found radishes first grateful to my stomach, since that nauseous, and now again grateful. In several other things I find my stomach and appetite vary after the same manner. I have changed again and again from white wine to claret, from claret to white wine. I am a great lover of fish, and consequently make my fasts feasts, and feasts fasts; and I believe what some people say, that it is more easy of digestion than flesh. As I make a conscience of eating flesh upon fish days, so does my taste make a conscience of mixing fish and flesh. The difference betwixt them seems to me too remote. From my youth I have sometimes kept out of the way at meals, either to sharpen my appetite against the next morning, for as Epicurus fasted and made lean meals to accustom his pleasure to make shift without abundance, I, on the contrary, do it to prepare my pleasure to make better and more cheerful use of abundance. Or else I fasted to preserve my vigour for the service of some action of body or mind, for both the one and the other of these is cruelly dulled in me by repletion. And above all things, I hate that foolish coupling of so healthful and sprightly a goddess with that little belching god, bloated with the fumes of his liquor; or to cure my sick stomach, or for want of fit company. For I say, as the same Epicurus did, that one is not so much to regard what he eats as with whom. And I commend Chilo, that he would not engage himself to be at Periander's feast till he was first informed who were to be the other guests. No dish is so acceptable to me, nor no sauce so appetizing, as that which is extracted from society. I think it more wholesome to eat more leisurely and less, and to eat oftener. But I would have appetite and hunger attended to. I should take no pleasure to be fed with 3 or 4 pitiful and stinted repasts a day, after a medicinal manner. Who will assure me that, if I have a good appetite in the morning, I shall have the same at supper? But we old fellows especially, let us take the first opportune time of eating, and leave to almanac makers hopes and prognostics. The utmost fruit of my health is pleasure. Let us take hold of the present and known. I avoid the invariable in these laws of fasting. He who would have one form serve him, let him avoid the continuing it. We harden ourselves in it. Our strength is there stupefied and laid asleep. 6 months after, you shall find your stomach so inured to it, that all you have got is the loss of your liberty of doing otherwise, but to your prejudice. I never keep my legs and thighs warmer in winter than in summer. One simple pair of silk stockings is all. I have suffered myself, for the relief of my colds, to keep my head warmer, and my belly upon the account of my colic. My diseases in a few days habituate themselves thereto, and disdained my ordinary provisions. We soon get from a coif to a kerchief over it, from a simple cap to a quilted hat. The trimmings of the doublet must not merely serve for ornament. There must be added a hare's skin or a vulture's skin, and a cap under the hat. Follow this gradation, and you will go a very fine way to work. I will do nothing of the sort, and would willingly leave off what I have begun. If you fall into any new inconvenience, all this is labor lost. You are accustomed to it, seek out some other. Thus do they destroy themselves who submit to be pestered with these enforced and superstitious rules. They must add something more, and something more after that. There is no end on't. For what concerns our affairs and pleasures, it is much more commodious, as the ancients did, to lose one's dinner, and defer making good cheer till the hour of retirement and repose, without breaking up a day. And so was I formerly used to do. As to health, I since by experience find, on the contrary, that it is better to dine, and that the digestion is better while awake. I am not very used to be thirsty, either well or sick. My mouth is, indeed, apt to be dry, but without thirst. And commonly I never drink but with thirst that is created by eating, and far on in the meal. I drink pretty well for a man of my pitch. In summer, and at a relishing meal, I do not only exceed the limits of Augustus, who drank but thrice precisely, but not to offend Democritus' rule, who forbade that men should stop at 4 times, as an unlucky number, I proceed at need to the 5th glass, about 3 half pints, for the little glasses are my favourites, and I like to drink them off, which other people avoid as an unbecoming thing. I mix my wine sometimes with half, sometimes with the 3rd part water; and when I am at home, by an ancient custom that my father's physician prescribed both to him and himself, they mix that which is designed for me in the buttery 2 or 3 hours before 'tis brought in. 'Tis said that Cranaus, king of Attica, was the inventor of this custom of diluting wine. Whether useful or no, I have heard disputed. I think it more decent and wholesome for children to drink no wine till after 16 or 18 years of age. The most usual and common method of living is the most becoming. All particularity, in my opinion, is to be avoided, and I should as much hate a German who mixed water with his wine as I should a Frenchman who drank it pure. Public usage gives the law in these things. I fear a mist, and fly from smoke as from the plague. The first repairs I fell upon in my own house were the chimneys and houses of office, the common and insupportable defects of all old buildings. And amongst the difficulties of war, I reckon the choking dust they made us ride in a whole day together. I have a free and easy respiration, and my colds, for the most part, go off without offence to the lungs, and without a cough. The heat of summer is more an enemy to me than the cold of winter, for, besides the incommodity of heat, less remediable than cold, and besides the force of the sunbeams that strike upon the head, all glittering light offends my eyes, so that I could not now sit at dinner over against a flaming fire. To dull the whiteness of paper, in those times when I was more wont to read, I laid a piece of glass upon my book, and found my eyes much relieved by it. I am to this hour, to the age of 54, ignorant of the use of spectacles, and I can see as far as ever I did, or any other. 'Tis true that in the evening I begin to find a little disturbance and weakness in my sight if I read, an exercise I have always found troublesome, especially by night. Here is one step back, and a very manifest one. I shall retire another, from the second to the third, and so to the fourth, so gently that I shall be stark blind before I shall be sensible of the age and decay of my sight. So artificially do the fatal sisters untwist our lives. And so I doubt whether my hearing begins to grow thick, and you will see I shall have half lost it when I shall still lay the fault on the voices of those who speak to me. A man must screw up his soul to a high pitch to make it sensible how it ebbs away. My walking is quick and firm, and I know not which of the two, my mind or my body, I have most to do to keep in the same state. That preacher is very much my friend who can fix my attention a whole sermon through. In places of ceremony, where every one's countenance is so starched, where I have seen the ladies keep even their eyes so fixed, I could never order it so, that some part or other of me did not lash out, so that though I was seated, I was never settled; and as to gesticulation, I am never without a switch in my hand, walking or riding. As the philosopher Chrysippus's maid said of her master, that he was only drunk in his legs, for it was his custom to be always kicking them about in what place soever he sat. And she said it when, the wine having made all his companions drunk, he found no alteration in himself at all. It may have been said of me from my infancy that I had either folly or quicksilver in my feet, so much stirring and unsettledness there is in them, wherever they are placed. 'Tis indecent, besides the hurt it does to one's health, and even to the pleasure of eating, to eat greedily, as I do. I often bite my tongue, and sometimes my fingers, in my haste. Diogenes, meeting a boy eating after that manner, gave his tutor a box on the ear. There were men at Rome that taught people to chew, as well as to walk, with a good grace. I lose thereby the leisure of speaking, which gives great relish to the table, provided the discourse be suitable, that is, pleasant and short. There is jealousy and envy amongst our pleasures; they cross and hinder one another. Alcibiades, a man who well understood how to make good cheer, banished even music from the table, that it might not disturb the entertainment of discourse, for the reason, as Plato tells us, that it is the custom of ordinary people to call fiddlers and singing men to feasts, for want of good discourse and pleasant talk, with which men of understanding know how to entertain one another. Varro requires all this in entertainments: persons of graceful presence and agreeable conversation, who are neither silent nor garrulous; neatness and delicacy, both of meat and place; and fair weather. The art of dining well is no slight art, the pleasure not a slight pleasure. Neither the greatest captains nor the greatest philosophers have disdained the use or science of eating well. My imagination has delivered 3 repasts to the custody of my memory, which fortune rendered sovereignly sweet to me, upon several occasions in my more flourishing age. My present state excludes me, for every one, according to the good temper of body and mind wherein he then finds himself, furnishes for his own share a particular grace and savour. I, who but crawl upon the earth, hate this inhuman wisdom that will have us despise and hate all culture of the body. I look upon it as an equal injustice to loathe natural pleasures as to be too much in love with them. Xerxes was a blockhead, who, environed with all human delights, proposed a reward to him who could find out others; but he is not much less so who cuts off any of those pleasures that nature has provided for him. A man should neither pursue nor avoid them, but receive them. I receive them, I confess, a little too warmly and kindly, and easily suffer myself to follow my natural propensions. We have no need to exaggerate their inanity; they themselves will make us sufficiently sensible of it, thanks to our sick, wet blanket mind, that puts us out of taste with them as with itself. It treats both itself and all it receives, one while better and another worse, according to its insatiable, vagabond, and versatile essence. Sincerum est nisi vas quodcunque infundis accescit. Unless the vessel be clean, it will sour whatever you put into it. Horace, Epistle 1, 2, 54. I, who boast that I so curiously and particularly embrace the conveniences of life, find them, when I most nearly consider them, very little more than wind. But what? We are all wind throughout, and, moreover, the wind itself, more discreet than we, loves to bluster and shift from corner to corner, and contents itself with its proper offices, without desiring stability and solidity, qualities not its own. The pure pleasures, as well as the pure displeasures, of the imagination, say some, are the greatest, as was expressed by the balance of Critolaus. 'Tis no wonder, it makes them to its own liking, and cuts them out of the whole cloth. Of this I every day see notable examples, and, peradventure, to be desired. But I, who am of a mixed and heavy condition, cannot snap so soon at this one simple object, but that I negligently suffer myself to be carried away with the present pleasures of the general human law, intellectually sensible, and sensibly intellectual. The Cyrenaic philosophers will have it that as corporal pains, so corporal pleasures are more powerful, both as double and as more just. There are some, as Aristotle says, who out of a savage kind of stupidity dislike them; and I know others who out of ambition do the same. Why do they not, moreover, forswear breathing? Why do they not live of their own? Why not refuse light, because it is gratuitous, and costs them neither invention nor exertion? Let Mars, Pallas, or Mercury afford them their light by which to see, instead of Venus, Ceres, and Bacchus. These boastful humours may counterfeit some content, for what will not fancy do? But as to wisdom, there is no touch of it. Will they not seek the quadrature of the circle even when on their wives? I hate that we should be enjoined to have our minds in the clouds, when our bodies are at table. I would not have the mind nailed there, nor wallow there. I would have it take place there and sit, but not lie down. Aristippus maintained nothing but the body, as if we had no soul. Zeno comprehended only the soul, as if we had no body; both of them faultily. Pythagoras, they say, followed a philosophy that was all contemplation; Socrates one that was all conduct and action. Plato found a mean betwixt the two, but they only say this for the sake of talking. The true temperament is found in Socrates, and Plato is much more Socratic than Pythagoric, and it becomes him better. When I dance, I dance; when I sleep, I sleep. Nay, when I walk alone in a beautiful orchard, if my thoughts are some part of the time taken up with external occurrences, I some part of the time call them back again to my walk, to the orchard, to the sweetness of that solitude, and to myself. Nature has, mother-like, observed this, that the actions she has enjoined us for our necessity should be also pleasurable to us; and she invites us to them not only by reason, but also by appetite, and 'tis injustice to infringe her laws. When I see alike Caesar and Alexander, in the midst of his greatest business, so fully enjoy human and corporal pleasures, I do not say that he relaxed his mind; I say that he strengthened it, by vigour of courage subjecting those violent employments and laborious thoughts to the ordinary usage of life. Wise, had he believed the last was his ordinary, the first his extraordinary vocation. We are great fools. He has passed his life in idleness, say we. I have done nothing to-day. What, have you not lived? That is not only the fundamental, but the most illustrious of your occupations. Had I been put to the management of great affairs, I should have made it seen what I could do. Have you known how to meditate and manage your life? You have performed the greatest work of all. In order to shew and develop herself, nature needs only fortune. She equally manifests herself in all stages, and behind a curtain as well as without one. Have you known how to regulate your conduct, you have done a great deal more than he who has composed books. Have you known how to take repose, you have done more than he who has taken empires and cities. End of section 34. Section 35 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Experience, Part 6. The glorious masterpiece of man is to live to purpose. All other things, to reign, to lay up treasure, to build, are but little appendices and props. I take pleasure in seeing a general of an army, at the foot of a breach he is presently to assault, give himself up entire and free at dinner, to talk and be merry with his friends. And Brutus, when heaven and earth were conspired against him and the Roman liberty, stealing some hour of the night from his rounds, to read and scan Polybius in all security. 'Tis for little souls, buried under the weight of affairs, not from them to know how clearly to disengage themselves, not to know how to lay them aside and take them up again. O fortes, pejoraque passi mecum saepe viri, nunc vino pellite curas, cras ingens iterabimus aequor. O brave spirits, who have often suffered sorrow with me, drink cares away. Tomorrow we will embark once more on the vast sea. Horace, Odes, 1, 7, 30. Whether it be in jest or earnest, that the theological and Sorbonical wine and their feasts are turned into a proverb, I find it reasonable they should dine so much more commodiously and pleasantly, as they have profitably and seriously employed the morning in the exercise of their schools. The conscience of having well spent the other hours is the just and savoury sauce of the dinner table. The sages lived after that manner, and that inimitable emulation to virtue, which astonishes us both in the one and the other Cato, that humour of theirs, so severe as even to be importunate, gently submits itself and yields to the laws of the human condition, of Venus and Bacchus, according to the precepts of their sect that require the perfect sage to be as expert and intelligent in the use of natural pleasures as in all other duties of life. Cui cor sapiat, ei et sapiat palatus. He that has a learned soul has a learned palate too. Cicero, De Finibus, 1:8. Relaxation and facility, methinks, wonderfully honour and best become a strong and generous soul. Epaminondas did not think that to take part, and that heartily, in songs and sports and dances with the young men of his city, were things that in any way derogated from the honour of his glorious victories, and the perfect purity of manners that was in him. And amongst so many admirable actions of Scipio the grandfather, a person worthy to be reputed of a heavenly extraction, there is nothing that gives him a greater grace than to see him carelessly and childishly trifling at gathering and selecting cockle shells, and playing at quoits, amusing and tickling himself in representing, by writing in comedies, the meanest and most popular actions of men, and his head full of that wonderful enterprise of Hannibal and Africa, visiting the schools in Sicily, and attending philosophical lectures, to the extent of arming the blind envy of his enemies at Rome. Nor is there anything more remarkable in Socrates than that, old as he was, he found time to make himself taught dancing and playing upon instruments, and thought it time well spent. This same man was seen in an ecstasy, standing upon his feet a whole day and a night together, in the presence of all the Grecian army, surprised and absorbed by some profound thought. He was the first, amongst so many valiant men of the army, to run to the relief of Alcibiades, oppressed with the enemy, to shield him with his own body, and disengage him from the crowd by absolute force of arms. It was he who, in the Delian battle, raised and saved Xenophon when fallen from his horse, and who, amongst all the people of Athens, enraged as he was at so unworthy a spectacle, first presented himself to rescue Theramenes, whom the 30 tyrants were leading to execution by their satellites, and desisted not from his bold enterprise, but at the remonstrance of Theramenes himself, though he was only followed by 2 more in all. He was seen, when courted by a beauty with whom he was in love, to maintain at need a severe abstinence. He was seen ever to go to the wars, and walk upon ice with bare feet, to wear the same robe winter and summer, to surpass all his companions in patience of bearing hardships, and to eat no more at a feast than at his own private dinner. He was seen for 27 years together to endure hunger, poverty, the indocility of his children, and the nails of his wife, with the same countenance; and in the end, calumny, tyranny, imprisonment, fetters, and poison. But was this man obliged to drink full bumpers by any rule of civility? He was also the man of the whole army with whom the advantage in drinking remained; and he never refused to play at noisettes, nor to ride the hobby horse with children, and it became him well. For all actions, says philosophy, equally become and equally honour a wise man. We have enough wherewithal to do it, and we ought never to be weary of presenting the image of this great man in all the patterns and forms of perfection. There are very few examples of life full and pure, and we wrong our teaching every day to propose to ourselves those that are weak and imperfect, scarce good for any one service, and rather pull us back, corrupters rather than correctors of manners. The people deceive themselves. A man goes much more easily indeed by the ends, where the extremity serves for a bound, a stop, and guide, than by the middle way, large and open, and according to art more than according to nature, but withal much less nobly and commendably. Greatness of soul consists not so much in mounting and in pressing forward, as in knowing how to govern and circumscribe itself. It takes everything for great, that is enough, and demonstrates itself in preferring moderate to eminent things. There is nothing so fine and legitimate as well and duly to play the man, nor science so arduous as well and naturally to know how to live this life, and of all the infirmities we have, 'tis the most barbarous to despise our being. Whoever has a mind to isolate his spirit when the body is ill at ease, to preserve it from the contagion, let him by all means do it if he can; but otherwise, let him on the contrary favour and assist it, and not refuse to participate of its natural pleasures with a conjugal complacency, bringing to it, if it be the wiser, moderation, lest by indiscretion they should get confounded with displeasure. Intemperance is the pest of pleasure, and temperance is not its scourge, but rather its seasoning. Eudoxus, who therein established the sovereign good, and his companions, who set so high a value upon it, tasted it in its most charming sweetness by the means of temperance, which in them was singular and exemplary. I enjoin my soul to look upon pain and pleasure with an eye equally regulated. Eodem enim vitio est effusio animi in laetitia, quo in dolore contractio. For from the same imperfection arises the expansion of the mind in pleasure, and its contraction in sorrow. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 4:31. And equally firm, but the one gaily and the other severely, and so far as it is able, to be careful to extinguish the one as to extend the other. The judging rightly of good brings along with it the judging soundly of evil. Pain has something of the inevitable in its tender beginnings, and pleasure something of the evitable in its excessive end. Plato couples them together, and wills that it should be equally the office of fortitude to fight against pain, and against the immoderate and charming blandishments of pleasure. They are two fountains, from which whoever draws when and as much as he needs, whether city, man, or beast, is very fortunate. The first is to be taken medicinally and upon necessity, and more scantily; the other for thirst, but not to drunkenness. Pain, pleasure, love and hatred are the first things that a child is sensible of. If, when reason comes, they apply it to themselves, that is virtue. I have a special vocabulary of my own. I pass away time, when it is ill and uneasy. But when 'tis good, I do not pass it away. I taste it over again and adhere to it. One must run over the ill and settle upon the good. This ordinary phrase of pastime and passing away the time represents the usage of those wise sort of people who think they cannot do better with their lives than to let them run out and slide away, pass them over, and balk them, and, as much as they can, ignore them and shun them as a thing of troublesome and contemptible quality. But I know it to be another kind of thing, and find it both valuable and commodious, even in its latest decay, wherein I now enjoy it. And nature has delivered it into our hands in such and so favourable circumstances, that we have only ourselves to blame if it be troublesome to us, or escapes us unprofitably. Stulti vita ingrata est, trepida est, tota in futuram fertur. The life of a fool is thankless, timorous, and wholly bent upon the future. Seneca, Epistle 15. Nevertheless, I compose myself to lose mine without regret, but withal as a thing that is perishable by its condition, not that it molests or annoys me. Nor does it properly well become any not to be displeased when they die, excepting such as are pleased to live. There is good husbandry in enjoying it. I enjoy it double to what others do, for the measure of its fruition depends upon our more or less application to it. Chiefly that I perceive mine to be so short in time, I desire to extend it in weight. I will stop the promptitude of its flight by the promptitude of my grasp, and by the vigour of using it compensate the speed of its running away. In proportion as the possession of life is more short, I must make it so much deeper and fuller. Others feel the pleasure of content and prosperity. I feel it too, as well as they, but not as it passes and slips by. One should study, taste, and ruminate upon it to render condign thanks to him who grants it to us. They enjoy the other pleasures as they do that of sleep, without knowing it, to the end that even sleep itself should not so stupidly escape from me. I have formerly caused myself to be disturbed in my sleep, so that I might the better and more sensibly relish and taste it. I ponder with myself of content. I do not skim over, but sound it. And I bend my reason, now grown perverse and peevish, to entertain it. Do I find myself in any calm composedness? Is there any pleasure that tickles me? I do not suffer it to dally with my senses only, I associate my soul to it too, not there to engage itself, but therein to take delight, not there to lose itself, but to be present there, and I employ it, on its part, to view itself in this prosperous state, to weigh and appreciate its happiness, and to amplify it. It reckons how much it stands indebted to God, that its conscience and the intestine passions are in repose, that it has the body in its natural disposition, orderly and competently enjoying the soft and soothing functions by which he, of his grace, is pleased to compensate the sufferings wherewith his justice, at his good pleasure, chastises us. It reflects how great a benefit it is to be so protected, that which way soever it turns its eye, the heavens are calm around it. No desire, no fear, no doubt troubles the air; no difficulty, past, present, or to come, that its imagination may not pass over without offence. This consideration takes great lustre from the comparison of different conditions. So it is that I present to my thought, in 1,000 aspects, those whom fortune or their own error carries away and torments, and again those who, more like to me, so negligently and incuriously receive their good fortune. Those are folks who spend their time indeed. They pass over the present and that which they possess, to wait on hope and foreshadows and vain images which fancy puts before them. Morte obita quales fama est volitare figuras, aut quae sopitos deludunt somnia sensus. Such forms as those which after death are reputed to hover about, or dreams which delude the senses in sleep. Aeneid, 10, 641. Which hasten and prolong their flight according as they are pursued. The fruit and end of their pursuit is to pursue, as Alexander said that the end of his labour was to labour. Nil actum credens, cum quid superesset agendum. Thinking nothing done, if anything remained to be done. Lucan, 2, 657. For my part, then, I love life and cultivate it, such as it has pleased God to bestow it upon us. I do not desire it should be without the necessity of eating and drinking, and I should think it a not less excusable failing to wish it had been twice as long. Sapiens divitiarum naturalium quaesitor acerimus. A wise man is the keenest seeker for natural riches. Seneca, Epistle 119. Nor that we should support ourselves by putting only a little of that drug into our mouths, by which Epimenides took away his appetite and kept himself alive; nor that we should stupidly beget children with our fingers or heels, but rather, with reverence be it spoken, that we might voluptuously beget them with our fingers and heels; nor that the body should be without desire and without titillation. These are ungrateful and wicked complaints. I accept kindly, and with gratitude, what nature has done for me, am well pleased with it, and proud of it. A man does wrong to that great and omnipotent giver to refuse, annul, or disfigure his gift. All goodness himself, he has made everything good. Omnia quae secundum naturam sunt, aestimatione digna sunt. All things that are according to nature are worthy of esteem. Cicero, De Finibus, 3, 6. Of philosophical opinions, I preferably embrace those that are most solid, that is to say, the most human and most our own. My discourse is suitable to my manners, low and humble. Philosophy plays the child, to my thinking, when it puts itself upon its ergos to preach to us that 'tis a barbarous alliance to marry the divine with the earthly, the reasonable with the unreasonable, the severe with the indulgent, the honest with the dishonest; that pleasure is a brutish quality, unworthy to be tasted by a wise man; that the sole pleasure he extracts from the enjoyment of a fair young wife is a pleasure of his conscience to perform an action according to order, as to put on his boots for a profitable journey. Oh, that its followers had no more right, nor nerves, nor vigour in getting their wives' maidenheads, than in its lesson! This is not what Socrates says, who is its master and ours. He values, as he ought, bodily pleasure, but he prefers that of the mind as having more force, constancy, facility, variety, and dignity. This, according to him, goes by no means alone, he is not so fantastic, but only it goes first. Temperance with him is the moderatrix, not the adversary, of pleasure. Nature is a gentle guide, but not more sweet and gentle than prudent and just. Intrandum est in rerum naturam, et penitus, quid ea postulet, pervidendum. A man must search into the nature of things, and fully examine what she requires. Cicero, De Finibus, v. 16. I hunt after her foot throughout. We have confounded it with artificial traces, and that academic and peripatetic good, which is to live according to it, becomes on this account hard to limit and explain, and that of the Stoics, neighbour to it, which is to consent to nature. Is it not an error to esteem any actions less worthy because they are necessary? And yet they will not take it out of my head that it is not a very convenient marriage of pleasure with necessity, with which, says an ancient, the gods always conspire. To what end do we dismember by divorce a building united by so close and brotherly a correspondence? Let us, on the contrary, confirm it by mutual offices. Let the mind rouse and quicken the heaviness of the body, and the body stay and fix the levity of the soul. Qui velut summum bonum, laudat animae naturam, et tanquam malum naturam carnis accusat, profecto et animam carnaliter appetit, et carnem carnaliter fugit, quoniam id vanitate sentit humana, non veritate divina. He who commends the nature of the soul as the supreme good, and condemns the nature of the flesh as evil, at once both carnally desires the soul, and carnally flies the flesh, because he feels thus from human vanity, not from divine truth. St. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, 14, 5. In this present that God has made us, there is nothing unworthy our care. We stand accountable for it, even to a hair. And is it not a commission to man to conduct man according to his condition? 'Tis express, plain, and the very principal one, and the Creator has seriously and strictly prescribed it to us. Authority has power only to work in regard to matters of common judgment, and is of more weight in a foreign language. Therefore let us again charge at it in this place. Stultitiae proprium quis non dixeret, ignave et contumaciter facere, quae facienda sunt, et alio corpus impellere, alio animum, distrahique inter diversissimus motus. Who will not say that it is the property of folly, slothfully and contumaciously to perform what is to be done, and to bend the body one way and the mind another, and to be distracted betwixt wholly different motions? Seneca, Epistle 74. To make this apparent, ask any one some day to tell you what whimsies and imaginations he put into his pate, upon the account of which he diverted his thoughts from a good meal, and regrets the time he spends in eating. You will find there is nothing so insipid in all the dishes at your table as this wise meditation of his. For the most part we had better sleep than wake to the purpose we wake. And that his discourses and notions are not worth the worst mess there. Though they were the ecstasies of Archimedes himself, what then? I do not here speak of, nor mix with the rabble of us ordinary men, and the vanity of the thoughts and desires that divert us, those venerable souls, elevated by the ardour of devotion and religion to a constant and conscientious meditation of divine things, who, by the energy of vivid and vehement hope, prepossessing the use of the eternal nourishment, the final aim and last step of Christian desires, the sole constant and incorruptible pleasure, disdain to apply themselves to our necessitous, fluid, and ambiguous conveniences, and easily resign to the body the care and use of sensual and temporal pasture. 'Tis a privileged study. Between ourselves, I have ever observed supercelestial opinions and subterranean manners to be of singular accord. Aesop, that great man, saw his master piss as he walked. What then, said he, must we drop as we run? Let us manage our time. There yet remains a great deal idle and ill employed. The mind has not willingly other hours enough wherein to do its business, without disassociating itself from the body in that little space it must have for its necessity. They would put themselves out of themselves, and escape from being men. It is folly. Instead of transforming themselves into angels, they transform themselves into beasts. Instead of elevating, they lay themselves lower. These transcendental humours affright me, like high and inaccessible places, and nothing is hard for me to digest in the life of Socrates but his ecstasies and communication with demons. Nothing so human in Plato as that for which they say he was called divine. And of our sciences, those seem to be the most terrestrial and low that are highest mounted. And I find nothing so humble and mortal in the life of Alexander as his fancies about his immortalization. Philotas pleasantly quipped him in his answer. He congratulated him by letter concerning the oracle of Jupiter Ammon, which had placed him amongst the gods. Upon thy account I am glad of it, but the men are to be pitied who are to live with a man, and to obey him who exceeds and is not contented with the measure of a man. Diis te minorem quod geris imperas. Because thou carriest thyself lower than the gods, thou rulest. Horace, Odes 3, 6, 5. The pretty inscription wherewith the Athenians honored the entry of Pompey into their city is conformable to my sense. By so much thou art a god, as thou confessest thee a man. 'Tis an absolute, and, as it were, a divine perfection for a man to know how loyally to enjoy his being. We seek other conditions by reason we do not understand the use of our own, and go out of ourselves because we know not how there to reside. 'Tis too much purpose to go upon stilts, for when upon stilts we must yet walk with our legs, and when seated upon the most elevated throne in the world, we are but seated upon our breech. The fairest lives, in my opinion, are those which regularly accommodate themselves to the common and human model, without miracle, without extravagance. Old age stands a little in need of a more gentle treatment. Let us recommend that to God, the protector of health and wisdom, but let it be gay and sociable. Frui paratis et valido mihi, latoi, dones, et precor, integra cum mente, nec turpem senectam degere, nec caethara carentem. Grant it to me, Apollo, that I may enjoy my possessions in good health. Let me be sound in mind. Let me not lead a dishonourable old age, nor want the cittern. Horace, Odes 1, 31, 17. Or, grant it to me, Apollo, that I may enjoy what I have in good health. Let me be sound in body and mind. Let me live in honour when old, nor let music be wanting. End of section 35. End of Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton.